For Human Resource Organization and Information System Technology, Dr. Ahmad Rusdiansyah. Next. Welcome to CALOHEA Project Coordination in International Tuning Academy from University of Groningen, Dr. Maria Jarosz. Next is First Officer and Chief Strategy Officer of the Asian University Network, Mr. Korn Ratanagosum. And also the Head of Civil Engineering Department, Dr. Umboro Lasminto. And also other honorable guests that we cannot mention one by one, as well of our participant, both that is presenting right here on site in Civil Engineering Department of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, as well as our participants who are here on the Zoom meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you some of the things that you need to know and follow throughout this event. For our participants on site in here, please make sure to turn off or silent your phone during the sessions. If you need to go to the restrooms are located at the left hallway. And there are also numerous bins around the venue, so please ensure you throw all your rubbish in the right place. If you need to do prayer, there are 3 praying rooms around the conference area. The first prayer room is located at the end of the hallway. The second prayer room is located alongside the secretariat room. And the third prayer room is located at the 3rd floor. If there is any evacuation that needed to be done due to some condition, please exit through the main doors, turn left, and go down. All committees are fully trained for any emergencies, so please follow their instruction. If the electricity power go out, please remain inside and be calm. The emergency lighting will come on.
Disuruhnya patutnya banyak ini.
Are required to mute during the session. Participants are also required to use the format institution_name. I repeat, institution_name. And in the Q&A session, participants can submit questions by typing in the chat box. And also, please fill in the attendance form that has been shared by the committee in the comment section. All right, let's start with a brief introduction of this event. CALOHEA project aims to increase and enhance the internationalization effort for Asian higher education institutions through degree recognition. Our event today, CALOHEA National Meeting, is a part of the project where it aims to connect knowledge gap among project consortium and other relevant stakeholders in Asian higher education. This event will focus on the representativeness and involvement of national stakeholders from both inside and outside the project itself. And our agenda today will consist of, first, opening remarks from Vice Rector 3 of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember and also CALOHEA Project Coordinator. And then it will be followed by a knowledge sharing session where we will be discussing several topics, starting with CALOHEA Project Overview, continued with overview of 3 recognition mechanisms in the field of medicine, teacher education, and civil engineering. However, the civil engineering session will be separated and it will be presented later on after the policy dialogue. Next, we will continue with the policy dialogue with our first topic, that is prospect and challenges of internationalization under national and higher educational institution context. And then, like I mentioned before, it will be continued again with the knowledge sharing session with the topic of overview of recognition mechanism in the field of civic engineering specifically, And lastly, we will have a policy dialogue with our second topic, challenge of internationalization from the views of academic staff, students, and employees. I hope we can use this platform to discuss and maximize the knowledge transfer process among stakeholders. Without further ado, let's go to our first agenda. First, we will have an opening remarks that will be brought by the Vice Rector of ITS Surabaya, Dr. Ahmad Rusdiansyah. To Dr. Ahmad Rusdiansyah, the time and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome to the CALOHEA National Meeting at the Civil Engineering Department, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember or ITS Surabaya. I would like to thank everyone here today for being part of this prestigious event. It is a tremendous honor to have our distinguished and high-level keynote speakers on this agenda, and to welcome our colleagues that participate in this national meeting from universities, industries, and related government. So especially, I would like to warmly welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Maria Yoros. Thank you for your coming. As a CALOHEA Project Coordinator, International Tuning Academy, University of Groningen, Netherlands. And also, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Mr. Kon Ratanagosom, as the first officer and the Chief Strategy Officer of the ASEAN University Network or AUN Secretariat. Also, Ms. Nguyen Dang Thi Chuk Huyen from Nong Lam University, Vietnam. Mr. Virak Han from the Institute of Teknologi of Cambodia, and Mr. James Pedregosa from University of San Agustin, the Philippines, that attend the seminar virtually. I also would like to offer great thanks to all those who have been involved in this organizing this event under under the expert guidance of Dr. Umboro, thank you, the head of the Civil Engineering Department ITS. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the CALOHEA is an international organization that aims to contribute internationalization of higher education institution through developing a series of interrelated measures indispensable for improving recognition of higher education degree. As one of the university members, ITS, which will be represented by the Department of Civil Engineering, is committed to support and carry out all activities related to CALOHEA. The department will socialize the tuning method to Indonesian universities in the three majors: civil engineering, education, and medicine faculties. This national meeting is a major part of CALOHEA dissemination activities, where CALOHEA recognition mechanisms will be showcased to relevant stakeholders in order to promote the use of recognition mechanism and seek for implementation plans for each nation within the project. So the main goal of this national meeting is to present every CALOHEA product to the public and to exemplify how its stakeholder can benefit from exploiting CALOHEA outputs that will ultimately result in the recognition study program that contributes to the enhancement of internationalization in ASEAN higher education. In this regard, the CALOHEA National Meeting became a platform to promote internationalization in higher education among the partners in the ASEAN and also the European Union region. In this moment, I would like to announce that the CALOHEA National Meeting is now officially open. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Rusdiansyah, for the remarkable speech. And next, I would like to welcome Dr. Maria Yarosh as CALOHEA Project Coordinator in International Tuning Academy from University of Groningen. Dr. Maria, you may come forward to give your speech.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today. Oh, shall I move out of there? Okay. And I would like to welcome you once again, because this is the way we open the events. Dear students, dear academics, dear representatives of higher education institutions, members of university authorities, representatives of the industry, welcome to this learning experience, because we really hope that this national meeting is going to be a learning experience for all of us. As you have heard, we hope that by joining us today, if you have never heard of this project before, you will leave having learned a lot about these recognition mechanisms we are working on, or at least enough to keep sharing this with others. Because now we hope that after this meeting, you will become agents of change in Indonesia, so that you will be able to explain what these recognition mechanisms are about, how they can benefit students, academics, programs, higher education institution, and the society at large. If you are joining us online, probably we'll be able to share it even beyond Indonesia. For us, it will be also a learning experience, because this is the first time in the project that we are sharing what we have been working on with the others. As you will see, we have been conducting different consultations, so it's not something we are only us are thinking, but this is the first time for us to showcase this in this national format. And it's also a learning experience because this is the first national meeting in the first round. So I would like to thank our hosts, the ITS, for being very brave and accepting to host and organize this first experience. We hope to learn from it so that we can do it better in the next meetings, and also better when we come to Indonesia next time with another national meeting. And for now, I would like to thank especially Dr. Ahmad Rusdiansyah, Vice Rector 3 of ITS, for finding the moment to attend this open the meeting, and make sure, we hope that, to make it a success. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you too to Dr. Maria for the lovely speech. And now, CALOHEA would like to give a token of appreciation to ITS as a host university. And for that, we would like to re-invite Dr. Ahmad Rusdiansyah and Dr. Maria for the symbolic token of appreciation giving. The documentation team, please help with the documentation. Okay, thank you. And now we are moving on to a group photo session. And for this, Dr. Maria, you are allowed to go back to your seat. And then all participants will take picture from here, and then the committee will take the picture from this side. So the documentation team. All right, that is it. Thank you for our team and thank you for the photo session. And now we will proceed to our next agenda where we will have a knowledge sharing session with the topic of CALOHEA project overview in Southeast Asia and the world that will be brought by Dr. Maria Yaros as CALOHEA project coordinator team and also Mr. Korn Ratanagosum as the first officer and chief strategy officer of the AUN Secretariat. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Maria to do the presentation first. For Dr. Maria, the opportunity is yours.
Thank you. Well, let me please start by explaining a bit more about the project. Okay, so you have heard a bit already in the opening, but actually the whole day will be a learning experience, and some things you will hear more than once by different speakers, and some maybe you will only hear once. But this presentation will give you a general framework, okay, and then you will hear more specifically what different groups have achieved and what they would like to share with you. Let me start with the general objective of the project, because it has been mentioned before already this morning, but sometimes it's nice to hear things more than once because they are new to us. In the CALOHEA project, we work on internationalization. Okay, so this is the focus. How do we internationalize, and how do we do it through improving, increasing, enhancing recognition of higher education programs or degrees. So what we do, we develop concrete tools and mechanisms in order to be able to improve recognition, and through improving recognition, facilitate internationalization. Okay, so this is the big framework or the big idea of the project. These are who we are. So we are 27 universities from 12 countries. Most of the universities are in Southeast Asia, because this is the project for Southeast Asia, for the ASEAN. And some universities are in Europe, because we think it's nice to learn from each other, to build on each other's experience. And also we're talking about internationalization, and it's not only at the level of the region, but it's also at the global level. And what is important is that we work in 3 subject areas. We work for civil engineering, for medicine, and for teacher education. The idea is that we start with these 3, develop the mechanisms which can later on be used by any subject area, or at least they can serve as an inspiration for other subject areas. Because as you will see, some of them are really specific for civil engineering or medicine or teacher education, while others are more general and can be hopefully used directly by others, or at least adapted, as I mentioned. Okay. What is important is that these subject area groups are teams. Okay? So there are teams at every university, and there are also international teams. For Indonesia, we have 5 higher education institutions who participate in the project directly. We have teams working in all the 3 subject areas, because it's not the case in every country of the project, so it's important that Indonesia is participating in the 3 subject areas. And we also have one of the subject area coordinators from Indonesia, Oda Teda Ena from Sanata Dharma University, who is not here with us today physically, but he is co-coordinating the teacher education subject area group. Okay, so what are these 3 recognition mechanisms, which you have been hearing about quite a number of times already? I will introduce them briefly, because this is the key thing. We want to create these mechanisms to make sure that everybody knows about them, can start using them and benefiting from them. But at the same time, we are also very keen on creating a network of champions of internationalization. So it's not only about the mechanisms, but also about the people, the persons, the experts who can make sure that these mechanisms are known, used in a sustainable way, etc., etc. So the three mechanisms are, the first one are the regional, so developed for the ASEAN region, subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference frameworks. I will explain a bit more what it means, because maybe this is a new term, or maybe you have heard this term but have used it in a different context, so I will explain how we understand it and use it in the project. But the idea is that these frameworks can permit greater comparability of institutional degree profiles. So when you're talking about the profile of your graduate, you can compare it easier with profiles of graduates of other programs in other institutions, in other countries, in your subject area. The second recognition mechanism is about the student workload measurement, so that we can actually understand how much time our students spend learning, dedicate to learning in order to achieve the intended learning outcomes. And the third recognition mechanism is about assessment, how we can demonstrate that our students and graduates have actually achieved what we intend them to achieve. Because if we can show what we want our students to achieve, how much time they have been spending on learning, and that they have achieved, this increases transparency of our programs enormously and facilitates recognition. Okay, now, just a small interruption, okay, in this presentation. As I told you that we would like to make sure that this event is a learning experience for you. So please see that this presentation is the foundation on which you need to build in order to understand fully and relate to the next sessions. It might be a bit abstract, but we need this foundation, because we can only learn about something new if we can link it to something we already know. So I hope that this presentation will be this kind of basement, or if you like the metaphor of a hook on which you can hang something you will hear later on. But also, I would like you to be as active as possible during this presentation in terms of active listening. So please, while you are listening to what I'm saying, try to relate it to your own experience. Try to think of what recognition and internationalization challenges you have been experiencing, either as a student or as an academic, as a program coordinator, university authority, etc. Okay, so please relate it to what you are, to your context, and try to think what benefits it might give you. Then I hope it will be less of an abstract presentation, so it will become more concrete. Okay, so now I will go one by one through the mechanisms, and first I will start with these reference frameworks. What did we do? We focused on the graduates of level 6 programs according to the ASEAN reference qualification frameworks. So those which are maybe called bachelor, maybe called first cycle, maybe called something else, but these are they correspond to level 6. Actually, we had a previous project in the ASEAN region, also working in civil engineering, teacher education, and medicine. And that project already reached an agreement about competencies which were important for graduates in these 3 subject areas. So in this new project, in the CALOHEA project, we went back to those agreements. The project started during the pandemic, so it gave us a lot of insights in what might be obsolete or what else we needed, what we never thought about for our graduates. We also went to the national qualification frameworks and to the national reference documents in all the partner countries, because we wanted to make sure that our frameworks reflect what the different countries have in common, what is valued in different countries. We invited ourselves to think about the future of these professions, not only what civil engineers, medical doctors, or teachers do now, but what we would like them to be like or to be able to do in a couple of years, maybe in 5 years, in 10 years. Of course, it's difficult to predict, but we wanted to challenge ourselves. And from these discussions, we arrived at something which looks like a table. Okay, so you will probably see more examples today, and if you join tomorrow, where we asked ourselves, okay, we have an agreement about the competences, but what about the responsibilities we would like our graduates to be ready to assume by the time they receive their diplomas? What are the skills and knowledge we need to equip our students with so that they can be prepared to assume the responsibilities we're interested in? You can imagine when you have a group of international experts, of course you are in your own subject area, but you come from your own tradition, your own educational culture, your own context. So it was quite a discussion to reach an agreement, but as you will see later today, our participants, our experts were able to identify key dimensions in the profile of any civil engineer, any medical doctor, or any teacher for the whole of the ASEAN region. And these frameworks, the idea is that these frameworks will help us to formulate learning outcomes which are internationally recognizable, because these frameworks, they show what is valued not only in your country, but in other ASEAN countries. They can help us compare graduate profiles and periods of study. What we're going to be sharing with you today and tomorrow has already been consulted with others. As I mentioned, it's not just created by our experts in the project. There were consultations with academics, with employers, and with graduates. So you will see the version which we feel comfortable with sharing, still to be validated by you, still to be discussed, but it's something which has gone through quite some process of thinking, discussing, revising, and enhancing. Why do I say that these frameworks can help us compare programs and periods of study? Imagine that this is your program, the program where you are teaching or the one you are following. So we know which of the key dimensions and sub-dimensions you focus on in your program. We know where you intend your graduates to move, what you would like them to achieve. For example, in sub-dimension 1, you would like them to develop knowledge and skills. Sub-dimension 2 is not part of your program. In sub-dimension 1-3, you focus on knowledge, etc., etc. So you can profile your program using this framework. You can identify elements which are internationally valued, which are part of your program, and you can say, okay, these are our choices. And these are really your choices because some things can be developed during the program while students are at the university, while other elements will be developed while students are already at the workplace. But then comes another program. And you can see that this red program has a different profile of the graduate. We can use other tools to compare programs as well, but when we have the frameworks which have been agreed at the level of the region, it makes it easier for us because we can all relate to them. They have been created bottom-up, so they are linked to all the national documents, regulatory documents which are important for your subject area, but they are also expressed in terms which, at least we hope, can be recognized in different countries within the region. So this is already give us a lot of transparency and something to map our programs onto. We can see, we can make graphics like this if it's of interest to us. But we can also, if we want to send our students for exchange, and we want to make sure that what they study abroad can be recognized, we can identify elements for the study periods. Okay, when they go abroad, they will develop these skills, or this knowledge, etc. So we hope that it can make recognition easier. It can also make easier the work of developing joint programs, because you can see, okay, in sub-dimension 1-3, the green program does not have these skills and responsibilities, but the red program offers them. So the students from the green university can go to the red university to develop these skills and responsibilities. And the same, the students from the red university can go to the green. So it makes it, we hope that through this framework, it's easier to find the common language, to identify the commonalities, but also the strengths of particular programs. And once we know each other's strengths, we can cooperate to make sure that our students get the best experience. Okay, so this was just a short introduction. You will hear more, but what will happen in this meeting, we would like to validate our frameworks once again. Okay, so for you to tell us what you think, to discuss it with us, to obtain your feedback, and then to discuss together how we can promote exploitation of this framework in Indonesia. I'm talking more to the people who are in the room because we are all from Indonesia. If you are online, you can also think about other countries, because the frameworks are for all the ASEAN countries, but this is the national meeting in Indonesia, so Indonesia is our focus. Okay, this was the first recognition mechanism. The second one was about the student workload. And we know that this is not a new topic in Indonesia, that you have been thinking about what students do outside of the classroom in terms of learning for a long time already. But first, we would like to revisit the question of why this is important. Why do we need to make the full student workload explicit if we want to promote recognition? Then we also asked ourselves in the project how? What are the tools we have? Is it something we just put on paper and we say that for every hour in class, our student studies 2 hours outside of the classroom? Or is it something we actually plan for and we monitor, where what we think as academics should be happening is actually happening with our students? And finally, we wanted to move from just planning or just having it on paper to making it full of the part of the culture, so that it really serves for enhancing our curriculum. But okay, I just wanted to show you an image because there are contact hours, the hours when our students are with our academics, when we see the students, when students see us. But what happens beyond these hours? We like this picture of the iceberg because there is a lot which happens beyond the hours when we see our students. And it's important that academics are aware, plan for it, monitor, check, etc., etc. And here the idea of recognition comes through transparency. Because if we only know about the contact hours which are visible, it's not really transparent. Maybe at your university, students have 2 contact hours per week for a particular subject. And in my university, they have 6. Does it matter? Does it mean that in my university they study more? Not necessarily, because maybe at your university the program is organized in such a way that they study another 8 hours outside of the contact hours. So actually your students study more. But if we only look at the contact hours, we get very confusing information. So here's what I just said, which I will try to show you, that if we only put contact hours, we have one picture. So this is still the green program, and it has the contact hours, and it has the independent work of the student. And here, there might be a confusion. When we say independent, we understand it's both, which is home task and the independent. So it's really planned by the academics. It's not that you say, okay, students will do something outside of my contact hours. I don't know what. I don't tell them what to do, but I expect them to learn. Now, this is something which is really planned, designed by those who teach. Okay, here we can have this information for one particular program, and we know exactly how much our students are spending on learning in order to achieve the learning outcomes, in this case, per week. Okay, this is an artificial example because probably you don't have only one course per day, but this is for the sake of making an argument. But then comes this red program, okay? We have the green and the red. In course A, actually, the green and the red programs have the same student workload. It's just that the distribution is different between the contact hours and the independent work. So here you can say, yes, I send my student to another university, they have learning outcomes which are relevant for my program, and they can also be sure that given the full student workload, they are going to dedicate the same or the similar number of hours to working towards these learning outcomes. But in course D, the situation is quite different, because if we only look at the contact hours, we might think that the red program is actually going deeper, because students have 3 contact hours per week, while in the Green University, in course D, they only have 2 contact hours per week. But if we look at the full student workload, we will see that the Red University only works with 6 hours of total student workload per week for this course, and the green one with 10. Again, maybe it is not so important. We can argue whether in some cases we can reach the same learning outcomes in a shorter time. But it gives us quite an indication that in total our students will spend more time, so they will go deeper or less time. Okay, so this is just to say that this is why we focus so much on the full student workload, and not only on planning, but on monitoring, on finding out what is actually happening with our students. And here in the project, you will probably also hear in other presentations, we use a number of tools, because there is one thing which is to understand why workload is important for recognition, the full student workload. But it's quite another thing to be actually able to monitor it, because it takes time, it takes the change of institutional culture, because you need to put effort into this, you need to explain to your colleagues and your students why they need to think not only about what they are learning, but about how much time they spend learning it and in different activities. And we explored 4 tools which you will learn more about either today or if you are joining tomorrow's workshops. And the idea is that at the level of every program and every university, we wanted to make sure that estimation of the full student workload becomes part of the culture. Okay, so it's something you really do. It's not something which was done 10 years ago when you developed the rules and you said, okay, it takes students so much time to read so many pages of text, and then for 10 years you have been using the same guidelines. It happens, but students change, so we also need to be really checking things as we go. And that at the level of the project, at the level of the ASEAN region, okay, so this is at the level of the universities. We want to make sure that all those who are engaged in delivering and creating the learning experience for the students are also engaged in this discussion, including the students themselves. We collected data, we identified the tools, we discussed, etc., etc. You will hear about this. It's quite, well, I think it's quite, you need to dedicate quite some effort to make it happen. It's not so straightforward. But then if it's already in place, or when it's already in place, we want to make sure that we can, at the level of the ASEAN, have a discussion and prepare guidelines which will allow the different countries, the different institutions, to have a common regional recognition systems in terms of the workload. Because we know that now you have many different credit systems. Sometimes you use them at the level of particular university, you have your own. You work with different depending on where you are in the region, but the idea is that once you have the same logic, once the logic is about the total student workload, it doesn't matter which currency you are using. It does matter if some credits only take contact hours into account, because as we said, the contact hours are only the top of the iceberg. But the idea is that gradually, through introducing this culture of student workload measurement, we can also move to a coherent regional system in terms of the student workload. And as a project, we will prepare recommendations. We are not there yet, so you will see us where we are in this process. but this is our big intention. So for these national meetings, our objective is to share with you what we have been doing, to contrast it with your experience, and to together discuss how we can, which means, which channels, which instruments we can use in order to ensure sustainability and the all ASEAN scope, okay? Because in Indonesia, it's something you are more used to, but how can we make sure that we also speak the same language with different countries? Okay, and very shortly, the third recognition mechanism, because this will probably be more focused on, you will also hear about it in this meeting, but maybe we will be able to share more in the next meeting, because this is our most recent line of work, and this is about assessment. As already mentioned, finally, recognition is about being sure that it's not only on paper that our students achieve the learning outcomes, but they actually achieve them. And for this, we need to be able to assess our students. We need to be able to make sure that we not only promise that the students will develop certain skills or be able to assume certain responsibilities, but we have assessment proposals, assessment tasks, assessment programs, or whatever you want to call it, which actually allow our students to demonstrate, yes, we have these skills, yes, we are ready to assume these responsibilities. And here I am focusing on skills and responsibilities intentionally, because we are more used to assessing knowledge. Probably assessing knowledge is less problematic. But when it comes to responsibilities, it's something we all want our students to develop, to be ready to assume, to be this kind of professionals and this kind of persons. But do we know how to assess it? And how can we assess it? Because quite often, at least in our context, we just say, oh, if the student has followed a number of courses, then we assume that this person has achieved the final program learning outcomes. But it's also, can we really demonstrate whether this has been achieved or not? And this is why we are focusing on assessment, and we emphasize authentic assessment, because this is the assessment which really allows the student to demonstrate her or his skills and capacity to assume responsibility in the context which is similar to the one where they will be doing it in real life. Okay? Because it's not the same doing something on paper as doing something in the laboratory. It's not the same doing something in the classroom as doing something in the workplace, etc., etc. Of course, we are still universities, so we need to work with what we can, but we need to move towards this authentic assessment. And here, the focus of the meeting is on peer learning. We would like to share with you what we have been discussing. We would like to hear more from you what kind of authentic assessment tasks you have experienced, you are using with your students, you are familiar with. In the project, we have every university or every team has developed an action plan to move closer towards the full implementation of authentic assessment. This is also something we would like to share with you, and we would like to encourage you, if you are from outside of the project consortium, to think, can you do something similar at your universities? Are you already doing? Can we learn from you? Can we encourage you to do more? And finally, I'm back to the network, okay? Because the recognition mechanisms, these are the three. The frameworks, which help us to compare the profiles through the learning outcomes, the tools to measure and make explicit the full student workload, and finally the assessment. But now, what about the persons, the experts? We would like, and with the project we're already building, the ASEAN network of champions of internationalization. So these are the teams at every university. These are the international teams, which we call subject area groups. And today we hope that through joining this national event, our network will grow at least in Indonesia. Okay, then when we move within our national meetings to other countries, we hope to increase the network with other academics, other experts, other universities, etc., etc. But okay, please feel welcome to the network. Please engage in a discussion. Please share your experience and knowledge with us so that we can together make our products better and make sure that they are really used by those who can benefit from them. Okay. Thank you very much, and Dr. Kohn will... Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Maria. And now we will go straight to the next presentation by Dr. Kohn.
Oh, it's a clicker. Okay. A very good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. My name is Korn, and I'm from the ASEAN University Network, or the AUN. Since the AUN is the chair of the dissemination board of this project, I would like to share with you the aspect of dissemination of the project development and outputs, and why it is important to the ASEAN region. As you might have learned from Dr. Maria before, that the objective of the CALOHEA project, but please allow me to provide you with a short recap that there are three main objectives of CALOHEA project, which are to create the region-wide subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference framework compatible with European frameworks, to install the culture of verifying and taking into account the full volume of the student workloads so as to make institutional, national, regional credit systems fully compatible with workloads and outcomes-based credit systems. And lastly is to promote authentic assessment of program learning outcomes. Please note the highlight in blue. As you can see, the highlight in blue, they are actually the key words to the success of the project. As the ultimate aim of the project is to create mobility among the higher education institutions within the region and also the inter-regional mobility between ASEAN and Europe. It is important that the objective of this project are applied region-wide at the institutional, national, and regional level. And the adoption of the three recognition mechanisms in three subject areas and also to other subject areas as well by the programs, faculties, universities who are in the project would be the way forward for the mobility to happen. And in order to bring the objective of this project into fruition, it is important for the stakeholders, including the students, the academic staff, the university executives, the alumni, the employers, QA agencies within the country, and the others to involve and engage in the project in order to achieve and bring about the mobilities at all the level. So with the aim to promote regional mobilities, there are a total of 14 national meetings to be held throughout the project lifespan. And this national meeting, thanks to ETS, is the first national meeting conducted There will be 2 national meetings per country in 7 ASEAN countries, namely Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. So, like to look into the benefits of these projects towards the higher education in the ASEAN region. So, as Dr. Maria mentioned, the objective is to have 3 recognition mechanisms. But even though the ultimate objective of this project is to drive mobilities, but what this project has built along the way of its development, it creates a platform. It is a platform for practitioners from both ASEAN and European partners to exchange knowledge and experiences on the principle of mobility itself, the 3 recognition mechanisms, enabling them to collaborate and mutually recognize academic degree competencies of each other. This platform also fosters the academic staff in the ASEAN region joining force to help each other towards common degree recognition mechanisms. It is a platform where ideas and different country contexts are shared, exchanged, discussed, in order to arrive at what would be the best way forward to drive mobility and internationalization in each country. Also, the 3 recognition mechanisms introduced in the CALOHEA project on the development of a regional framework, the installment of student workload, and the identification of authentic assessment of learning outcomes. It provides effective learning experiences for our students. And with the outcomes mutually recognized by ASEAN and global stakeholders, it will allow clearer, better, and more efficient establishment of degree mobility, equivalency, and portability among countries in the ASEAN region, as well as with ASEAN and the rest of the world as well. And most importantly, is about the applicability of this project. The processes and tools of CALOHEA may also be contextualized and replicated for any other discipline as well. So at the moment, the project focuses on the 3 subject areas, which are the civil engineering, teacher education, and medicine. But for any other disciplines, it can also be replicated to apply to other disciplines. So CALOHEA project is driving a real change, and its impacts towards the widening possibility of intra and inter-regional mobilities, connecting people together. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Korn, for the presentation too. Now, I believe all participants here already have several questions in mind, and that's why for now we are opening the session for question and answer. And to our participants on Zoom, please send your question through the chat box, and then the committee will help you to read it out. And for participants here, if you already have a question, you can raise your hand. Is there any question, maybe from the Zoom chat? Okay, Shirley.
Sorry, my name is Lucy Tunik Muharlisiani from Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya. Actually, it is not question, but your presentation, the first presenter, it is very good. Yeah, and then what is it? Step by step. It is very good. So actually, especially for me, could you share the PPT? Yeah, it is because it is interesting for me, for our university, because I from teacher education, English education. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the appreciation. And probably the other participants will like to ask something, or maybe you can. All right.
Thank you. I actually learned some new information from your presentation, Maria, so thank you very much. So you mentioned there's also some countries in Europe and all together. So please, could you explain more what they've been doing on the other side of the program? Because I don't think we talk about that enough in our meetings, or maybe I just missed that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I will try to say a couple of words and to speak slower. In terms of the first recognition mechanisms, in terms of the frameworks, this is something which we also are working on now in Europe and also in Latin America. So this happens globally. The frameworks have the same structure, so they have the key dimensions, the sub-dimensions, and they distinguish the three categories: the responsibilities, the skills, and the knowledge. So in this sense, they are completely compatible and comparable. It's not always the same subject areas. So, for example, for civil engineering, this framework has been already developed in Europe, and it's now being revised, because as our ideas about what graduates need to be prepared for change, we also need to revise the frameworks. For the medicine, it is now being developed in Europe, and for teacher education, it also has been developed and it's being revised. In Latin America, there is a framework developed for education, for environmental engineering, because they were more interested in environmental engineering, and for nursing, because this was their priority. They also developed it for history, because they wanted to make sure that their history degrees don't become obsolete. They wanted to rethink these degrees. In Europe, we have these frameworks also developed for nursing, for history, for physics, and we are currently developing for ICT, for arts, performing and creative arts, for business administration, and I can think if there are some more. So it's really a global trend. Okay, this kind of frameworks, how can we express our graduate profiles in such a way that it's not only comprehensible for our team of academics, but also for the students, for the employers, at the national level, and at the level of the region, where we would like to have more comparability in terms of higher education, because, for example, you have the ASEAN higher education area, we have the European higher education area, but because these frameworks have the same logic, the idea is that it's also beyond the region, because we can now compare what happens in ASEAN region with what happens in wider Europe, with what happens in Latin America, for example. So this is for the first recognition mechanism, to give you an idea. For the student workload, this is also something which is now, I can say, a global trend. Sometimes it is still on paper, so a lot of work has to be done in order to make it real part of the culture, something which is really done, well, maybe not on a daily basis, but on a continuous basis by academics and by students. Probably you're familiar with or you might be familiar with the ECTS, the European Credit Transfer and Accumulation System. This has been developed and implemented in the European higher education area. It's based on the logic of visualizing, making explicit the full student workload, and also linked to the achievement of learning outcomes. It's the same which we're doing in the CALOHEA project, because the idea that it's how much time students spend on their learning in total, but also provided that they achieve the learning outcomes. It's also not about the time you just spent, but the results which you achieve. In Latin America and in Africa, there are similar agreements, because there is a realization that we want to make our higher education student-centered. And if we want to make it student-centered, first we ask about the profile, the learning outcomes, but then we are also concerned with the feasibility. Can what we want to achieve in our programs be actually achieved by students who also eat, sleep, do some exercise, etc.? So they should lead a normal life, a life comparable to what a full-time employee can lead, but not work twice as much as we officially work. Okay, sometimes we also work too much, but this is another question about the academics workload. So again, this is something which is developed in other regions. Perhaps in this project we are more advanced, I think we are more advanced than the situation is in Latin America and in Africa, because again, it's on paper there, but we want it to be real. And the third, the authentic assessment, is also something we are now focusing very much on in Europe, because we have realized, as I said, that unless we can assess and demonstrate that our students achieve the learning outcomes, it still remains the question of trust. And it's good to trust each other, but it's also good to be able to show that your students actually are meeting the goals. Because if we can demonstrate that our students are achieving the intended learning outcomes, it is no more the question of your university knowing my university and then you trust or we trust each other. It's really, it opens up the arena where we can create exchanges, create joint programs much more, because we have tools which allow us to actually not only see where our students are, but also the tools which are recognized by our neighbors in the country and our neighbors in a further away country as valid for demonstrating this kind of achievement. So this is very much on our agenda. We are finalizing the project which is called CALOHEA, so very, very similar, where we have been trying to purposefully design assessment tasks which can be used by more than one institution and more than one country in the same subject area. It's quite a challenging process, but we are trying to struggle with it.
Is that already answering the question? All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to ask? Or maybe from the Zoom chat, is there any question?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Farhan, one of the student delegates of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. I would like to ask about why this program is actually initiated, because I've received some sheet of papers explaining what is CALOHEA, what is national meeting, and you've been explaining about what is our objective towards this meeting. But I still want to know what problems lies beneath to achieve our objectives. And why is it only specific subject areas that we are covered, such as civil engineering, medicine, and teacher education? Is this adapted from other institutional profiles or consortiums, so we can know better about our objectives? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the question. And now, Dr. Maria or Mr. Korn will answer it.
Thank you so much for the questions. With regards to why we only focus at the 3 subject areas at the moment, I think because I think this project is also the continuation from the previous project that this tuning academy was working on the curriculum design and development. But as I mentioned in my PowerPoint as well, that the context of the project and the tools that the project is providing can be replicated to other subject areas as well. So in the future, what we aim to achieve is to also expand these tools to other subject areas as well in order to create a network of mobilities and also the common exchange tools that the universities in the ASEAN region could apply to. Thank you.
Is it already answering your question? Okay. Okay, now we're still open for any question. Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what's right when you present RM2 installment of the culture of student workload measurement as integral part of curriculum design. And then in here, what tools can we use to make the full student workload explicit? Means you said that only 4 tools exploring. 4 tools exploring. Why? You know that maybe you have, what is it, the reason. Actually, what kind of like, give the example in focus group discussion. Maybe you can give description. So thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. Dr. Maria will help answering the question.
Yeah, thank you. I will explain briefly, but then I'm pretty sure that when you hear presentations from medicine, teacher education, and civil engineering, it will be explained again. Okay, so please wait also for the other part of the explanation. We worked with the 4 tools with the idea that later on, every university can make their own combination. And the logic is, first, we did what we call a desk estimation. This is when academics, those who teach in the same program, come together, or do it independently, but they, for example, if you teach 3 courses in a program, you will say, I think, I believe, I expect that my students will need to spend so many hours in total to achieve the learning outcomes of my course, or to complete my course successfully if you still don't have the learning outcomes formulated. But you, as an experienced teacher, you know, or we invite you to reflect and put something on paper, how much you think your students need to dedicate to learning in order to be successful in your course. And successful means enough to be approved, not to be the top one, not to be, but at least to really get the passing grade. And this is done by all the academics of the same program. So you have a list of courses, and next to each course there is a number. This is your estimation, but at least it has been done for the whole program. And if it's already there on paper, we invite academics to reflect. Maybe something has changed since it was last recorded in the planning. So this is the first tool, because it's a basic one, but it's good because everybody engages in the discussion. And you can see among academics whether your students have time to sleep, to eat, etc. Because these are the hours they are supposed to spend during the same semester or the same year, etc. And you can also see how your first year compares to your second year and to your third year, if there is suddenly an increase of hours, or if you have planned the program in such a way that every year it is a comparable number of hours. Okay, so this is the first tool, very general, the first estimation. The second tool, we call it the end of semester questionnaire. And here we get responses from academics and from students. Again, it's a very holistic estimation. Okay, we need to be clear that with the student workload, it will never be the final correct answer. Okay, all students are different. Next year they are different from this year, etc., etc. But we need to get a kind of feeling, not only the desk estimation of the academics, but also the estimation of the students. So at the end of semester, when the students have completed their courses, the idea is that you give a questionnaire to those who have got at least the passing grade. Because if they have not, if they have failed, okay, we can ask them and we will know how much time is not enough. But we want to know how much time is enough. So we ask academics who were teaching the courses in this semester, how much time, again, they think that students must have dedicated to the whole learning in this semester. And we ask around maybe 10 students, at least per course, how much time they think they have dedicated, it was necessary for them to dedicate to learning. And these students are diverse, okay? So they all passed the course, but some of them maybe just passed, some of them are intermediate, and some of them are the best ones. So you get a kind of overview. Again, here we have the voice of the students, we have the voice of the academics. It remains an estimation because it is about the whole semester. We ask about the whole semester, we ask also about per week, because we want to compare what they think per week with what they think about the whole semester. And we also ask about the particular type of learning activities. For example, if you give your students a lot of reading, you will ask how much time they have spent on reading. If you ask them to work in a laboratory, you ask them how much time they spend working on the laboratory. So these questionnaires are a bit subject specific because you need to decide as a team of academics what types of learning activities you would like to distinguish. Yeah, so what are the learning activities? Project work, internship, reading, preparing presentations, preparing for assessment, but you make a list because you know your program and your students in the courses of that semester. Again, the idea is that you can use this questionnaire every semester, and then if it becomes a part of university culture, you will have comparable data from different semesters and different courses. Here, full information about the full semester from students, from academics. Bit more specific than the first question, the first tool, but still holistic. The third tool, we call it the logbook or the diary, and this is the most precise one. So the idea is that you select a number of weeks in your semester. You can do for the whole semester, but it takes time and effort. So we say, okay, select 3 consecutive weeks. So 1 week, the second week, and the third week. Normal weeks, not when you have holidays or exams or something special. And then choose the courses and ask the academics to do the planning activity by activity. What will happen in these 3 weeks in the classroom and outside the classroom? What do they ask their students to do outside the classroom? And then you get students' information about the same activities. So the teacher has planned, has shared with the students, in these 3 weeks I expect you to be doing these 2 tasks, these 5 tasks or this 1 task, no? Because each course is different. And then the students, when they have completed these tasks, these activities, they report back to the teacher. They do a kind of diary or logbook of the time it takes them to complete activities. And then we have a dialogue. What happens? Why is it the teacher was planning for 5 hours and the students say they only spent 1 hour? Did they interpret it completely differently, or was the teacher thinking it was more complex than it is? And vice versa. We said, oh, it will take them 30 minutes, but consistently students tell them it took them 3 hours. So did we forget how difficult it was to do this task when you are still a student? Okay, so this is the third tool. And the fourth tool is the focus group, where we actually engage in the dialogue about all the differences which we have found, because we want to make sure that this is something we discuss, with the students, with the academics, with the team. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Maria, for the answer. And now we will be accommodating one last question from the Zoom chat. Can please committee help me to the share screen? All right, the question is, currently many higher education institutions in Indonesia is applying for international accreditation. To what extent the framework developed by the CALOHEA is able to be used in preparing for international accreditation?
Thank you very much for this question. We have discussed it with Mr. Korn, and we think that the best ones to respond to it will be our subject area experts who will be presenting their progress, because it depends on which subject area you are working in, and we would like you to be, if it's okay, to ask you to be patient and listen to the presentations of the subject areas, because I'm sure you will be able to get an answer there.
All right, thank you. And with that, unfortunately, we cannot accommodate more questions since this session has elapsed. And please give a round of applause again to Mr. Kon and Dr. Maria for their presentation. You may go back to your seat. And now we are moving on to the next session, which is coffee break, where you are allowed to relax in your seat or maybe go to the restroom or even enjoy the beverages that we already provided in the back. You can ask the committee if you want to take it. You will have around 30 minutes from now on. Please enjoy the break and make sure that you will come back to this room before 10:45. Thank you.
Oh, iya jaringannya. Udah, mati.
Ada cara lain nggak? Soalnya katanya nggak terlihat. Apa ya? Apa tandain pakai tangan ya? Tadi tuh Cista itu taruh buat stopwatch-nya tapi nggak kelihatan ya. Laptop laptop bisa ya? Yang countdown. Gitu kan. Atau kalau langsung di Word landscape gedein formnya langsung berapa menit lagi gitu. Itu sama tadi katanya sama kalau ada pertanyaan gesturnya lebih kelihatan mintanya enggak yang di kalau ada pertanyaan kayak ada satu atau dua tangan naik aja nggak apa-apa kalau nggak ada ya gitu langsung udah sisanya
Ada soalnya pertanyaan tuh ada apa private chat, ada yang everyone, tadi private chat satu. Mungkin beda ada musiknya juga ya, online bisa.
ada kacanya tuh
Apa ya?
Habis dikit sampai malam. Cuman habis satu malam. Tapi nggak tahu ya kalau kita streaming ini dari pagi langsung monitor. Tiga dua.
tapi suaranya juga nggak jelas
Ini yang internetnya bermasalah. Iya.
Malah.
Iya.
Oke, ini padahal cuma satu
Laptop kok kan? Tadi keluar sendiri. Terus iya masuk lagi ya. Untungnya pakai kuat kan. Kuat ini. Yang depan.
ya ini sebenarnya standby. Biar kalau ada lampu mati atau internetnya trouble, kita ada dua sini masuk di sini. Sinyalnya tiga kuncinya itu.
Sinyalnya tuh? Iya, yang kuning tuh. Jelek.
Kemarin nggak ada yang konek kan?
Indosat loh. Oh, kalau hujan ya. Tapi kalau kayak gini, udah.
Kalau kan mobile juga, kadang kelas-kelas, jadi aku kan nggak sering pakai wifi. Kalau teman buat WhatsApp kan. Tapi kalau udah masuk ke ruang daerah-daerah yang nggak ada sinyal wifi ya, aku di kontak nggak bisa cari.
Sampai 10 ke 5. Mas pengen belum.
faedah sama konsumsi ya masyarakat
All right. Moving on to our next agenda, we will have another knowledge setting session where the topic that will be presented will be overview of three recognition mechanism in the field of teacher education and medicine. For that, the speakers will be Dr. Nguyen Huyen from Nong Lam University, Vietnam, where he will be presenting in the field of teacher training. And also we have Mr. James Pedregosa, who are joining us here through the Zoom meetings. Is Mr. Pedregosa already there? All right. And lastly, we also have Miss Yuni Pratiwi, who will be presenting in the field of medicine. To all the three speakers, you are invited to speak. You are invited to sit in the front seat for now. All right. Without going any further, I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Nguyen Huyen, to give your presentation. The time and place is yours.
Hello everyone. My name is Nguyen from teacher education team from Nong Lam University, Vietnam. I just gave a very brief overview of the three RMs that we already done or discussed in my team. I think this project is very significant in my country because actually maybe in the past we don't focus much about the authentic assessments, for example, and with this project, so we have the time to overview and the time to discuss and maybe raise awareness about that. So I think it's very good. Now, about the first RM, the teacher qualifications framework, the suggested teacher qualification framework from CALOHEA has been discussed in my team, and actually we share something in common. In Vietnam, we also have the teacher qualifications framework, and we share some in common with the teacher qualifications framework from the CALOHEA. However, we also have some ideas. We already asked, we already discussed about that, but because the time limitation, I just mentioned something about what we lack. I mean, our students lack in Vietnam. You know, the Vietnamese system, the Vietnamese education system, we focus a lot on knowledge. Yeah, we have when we teach. Most of the time we will focus on the theory and the examination. We learn because of examination a lot. So that is the reason why I think that the skills and responsibility, there are two things, two items, two key things Vietnamese students should be improved. So maybe I will. Here are some considerations of the teacher qualification framework in Vietnam. First, I already mentioned we should focus more on the skills and responsible. You know, Vietnamese students usually they are very shy, and it's very difficult for them to share, to talk in groups or in front of a lot of people. That is the reason why their skills are not good. when we discuss that one, we want to build up their skills and their responsibility in teacher education. To get that goal, I think that we should, we should develop the competence-based approach to develop their skills, their responsibility, and their values. However, I recognize that we have some difficulty in assessment. We don't know, or we don't know how to assess these criteria effectively. So I think that we should maybe have some detailed instruction or rubrics to do that in the future. The next one, with the students' workload. As you can see, here is the chart that indicates the students' perception and academics on the workload hours for each course. There's a big difference, especially on some subjects, for example, business communication 1, or English, business English, or syntax, or TESOL methodology. The total of the weekly workloads of all courses in the semester with students' perception, that is only 44 hours. However, with academics perception, they think that should be 64. So there's a big gap here. Here is the brief overview of the desk estimation and at the end of the semester questionnaires. So you can see the desk estimation of the whole course. We already give the questionnaire is about 755 hours. And the academics estimation is about 774 hours. However, with the students' estimation, it's about 534 hours. So, why do we have a big gap here? In our team opinion, maybe we already discussed some reasons why we have the gap between the students' estimation and the teachers' estimation. First of all, maybe the teacher's estimation is based on the academic credit system. Usually, if we have 1 hour in class, so we will have 2 hours to study at home, to do the homework, to discuss, to maybe do some group projects, for example, and the teacher expects the students to do that. However, I don't know when they answer the questionnaire, the teacher based on the academic grading system, but I'm not sure whether students care about it or not. You know, one of the consideration when we have the result of this one, that is the total workload from the student lower than the academics. So why they still pass the examination? That is also a question for us. So here maybe because the workload estimated by the students was not correct, was not accurate, or maybe because the requirements for passing our code out, so it's not high enough. So that is something we should consider in the next future. So from the gap between the student's view and the academic we should have the further detailed plans for the workload. So maybe at the beginning of the course, the teacher should explain more detail, and make sure that the student understands about that. I think one of the thing we can do that is raising their awareness about doing workloads, not only in the class, but also outside the classroom. The last RM I want to mention that is the authentic assessment. When we give the questionnaires about authentic assessments, about 2/3 of the academics said that they know about that and they have approached this kind of assessment. However, the number of the teacher who assess or who give authentic assessment is not very much, and they just do authentic assessment in some subjects, for example, speaking or some occupational subjects. So with some others, for example, linguistics or grammar, for example, so they said that it's very difficult for them to do authentic assessment. And here are some activities they usually do as the authentic. They ask students to role play, to debate in the class, to discuss in the class, or to have the presentation. And they also ask the student, for example, to do the project-based activity. For example, they can make a group to create videos, and then they post the video on the YouTube, and other people will watch and give the comments about that. My students really like that. They can do some topic at school, or maybe just some personal purposes. With occupational subject, they make lesson plans and practice teaching. You know, with the authentic assessments, I already did that, but I think it's very time consuming. When I give authentic assessment, my students very like that a lot. But when I assess, I have to spend a lot of time to do that. But because they like that, they enjoy that, so their projects are very good. So that is maybe one of the engagements for me to do that when I look at their interesting projects. So we have the motivation to do authentic assessment. And it's also very good for the students in the future. So I think we should discuss some ways. What should we do to give authentic assessment to help the students maybe get familiar with something in the future, their work or their career in the future. To conclude, I think that this one is very important to the internationalization in the teacher education training, and it also gives a very significant background to compare and to assess the training program, the learning outcomes, and it makes our education better in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Huyen, for the presentation. It's actually insightful, and to know more how is the educational system is in the Vietnam. And now we'll move to the next person. We will have Dr. James Pedregosa, who will be presenting through online platform. All right. Since Dr. James is already ready, now I'll give it to Dr. James.
Oh, uh, okay. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Wait, can you hear me? Still loading.
You're already audible, sir.
It's already muted. So I think my internet stable. My internet is not stable. Okay, wait. Again. Can you hear me? Sent today the overview of three
Dr. James, can you hear our voice? Can you hear? Dr. James, if your internet connection is having a trouble, it is allowed for you to turn off your camera as long as we can hear your presentation. All right, since we're having internet connection problem here, we will move to the next speaker on the list, to Dr. Yuni Pratiwi, who will be presenting in the field of medicine. And then after this, we will go back to teacher training field again. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Okay, thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam kebaikan, nama budaya. Terima kasih banyak untuk kesempatannya. Very thank you so much for this opportunity. So maybe I am not explaining as detailed as the first presenter because I want this to be a teaser, like a trailer for a movie, and then please come for tomorrow workshop to go to details about the medicine, something working in medicine. So this is our group, and then I now want to present what the work's been done by SAG Medicine so far. Okay. Oh yes, this is share screen. Okay. So, like Maria said previously, that we are from so many countries. For the CALOHEA SAG Medicine, is two countries and two universities from the European and then another 6 countries, 10 university from the Asia. So my name is Yumi. I am from Pajajaran University, and I am now become a co-coordinator for the SEG Medicine. Okay, so obviously this is not my picture, but I have to put him here because he is my coordinator. He is Professor Saiful from the US and Malaysia. So now you can see the list of the university that working with us together in the SEG Medicine. From Indonesia, you have two representatives, Pajajaran University and also Hasanuddin University. And I can see my other colleague from other country joining with me with Zoom, especially my colleague from Philippines. And also we have European team advisor, two advisor actually from University of Pisa and from the University of Groningen. So we are joining from the early 2021 and we held so many fruitful discussion because this is like not a very smooth work, but this is very fruitful and very, very useful. So also the same, we also go to the three recognition mechanism, the same with everyone else. And then for the first time, we just felt like our student again. I mean, we have tasks and we have to done so many tasks. But the most important thing is the objective is we want to like make student mobility is maybe possible because in medicine this is a different story. It's quite difficult to like make a comparable profile within the School of Medicine. The starting point is different, the process is different, and the end point is different. So this is steps is really exercise to us and really useful. So for the line one or the end one is how we can make the same or together a comparable profile. What is the profile you want to get after we finish this school? And then this is not a very easy story because every country has its own profile. And from medicine, because a profession, we also being questioned by other agency and authorities. So what is the step is we are discussed among the CALOHEA team, obviously, and then what is the profile is the same and what's the different, and sometimes the difference is only the diction or the vocabulary, but the meaning actually like mostly of the same. We spend I think most like 2 or 3 days to discuss about this, and we go back to our institutional faculty member, and then we consult our result among our faculty member, and we talk to them. We help focus group discussion and what do they think about this and so on and so on. And after that, we also consult to the graduate or alumni or the user or the stakeholders. We also consult to them. So this is our profile. What do you think about this? What is the lacking? What more you can insert, or this is too much, like something like that. And then we also finalize our codification framework. So this is the final version. So this version, I think maybe the 5th or 6th version because we always renew it again. And this is our profile that we propose, so we can implement this profile for all the Asian university for medicine. We hope that. And how to prove this is work? So we also try to make more deep definition about each domain and subdomain. So we know really well what is the knowledge level, the skills level, and the responsibility level for each domain and subdomain. So then we move to the line 2 or M2 because if you want to make the same framework for our profile, we also need to measure the student workload. Because medical faculty students is really well known, really busy, and doesn't want to go out, something like that. And then the teacher always assume that they have really less time to study, but the student itself work really hard. So the next step from the profile, we also want to make a same perception about the student workload. How we measuring the student workload. So this is the example of the table, and then the summary is the academic or the lecturer consistently estimated lower student workload than the student estimation. Maybe the student is in here, maybe also feel the same. Yeah, maybe because your professor think like, oh, this is an easy task, maybe you can finish it 1 hour. But the student think, no, I have to read so many stuff and so on and so on. And we never really estimate the workload. One professor give one task, and the student end up with 40 or 30 tasks, something like that. And then this is our finding. So what is our reflection on these tools? How to measure the student reflection? Of course, this is useful. And this is useful too to provide an estimation of student workload. About the validity, maybe we need to improve more subjects to improve the validity, and how that the student's estimation is the best indicator to reflect student workload. And we also really hope that the student workload tools is also we implement when we design or planning our curriculum, not only evaluate after the curriculum plan well. So for my reflection in my institution, when we are preparing our international accreditation, this is really useful tools because it can reflect a more flexible how many words or how many unit credits in every course. So this is, I think, the most important thing for me for international accreditation. And this is our summary because RR3 is still going on, but regarding the authentic assessment, this is not a very well-known term about the authentic assessment, so we have to work what is the best practices we share among us, among this institution, about the authentic assessment. So thank you so much. So this is only a teaser, and please come back tomorrow to dig deeper for the medicine topic. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yunita Tinggi, for the amazing presentation. And now we will go back to Dr. James Pedregosa. We are so sorry we have to skip your presentation before. Now we believe you can do the presentation now.
Sorry for okay. Sorry for the interruption. First, let me allow me to present file. Let me to remove this one. I'm still opening the file. Sorry for the waiting. All right.
Dr. James, if you need our help to do the share screen, we are also able to do that.
Right, so I will be presenting the overview of three recognition mechanism for teacher education. So for RM1, this is actually what we have done, do, and be doing. So we have the revision of meta profiles, development of region-wide subject-specific qualifications frameworks, comparison of desired graduate profiles with CALOHEA reference framework. And for RM2, for student workload measurement, this is what we have been doing, the elaboration of contextualized student workload measurement tools for the region, consultation on student workload and analysis of the results, and the guidelines for bridging Southeast Asian student workload with other countries. And lastly, for the authentic assessment of program learning outcomes, this is what we have been doing, diagnostic of current assessment practices of learning outcomes, the development of action plans to move towards full implementation of authentic assessment of program learning outcomes, and the creating compilations of inspirational examples of authentic assessment of program learning outcomes. Basically, for the details of what we have done in RM1, so we have here the framework for the method profile for teacher education. We started with this, with the three components, the pedagogical and subject matter knowledge, the teacher skills, attitude, and disposition. So based on this meta profile, we are able to come up with a framework, and this is the framework that we have come up. Okay. So this is now the collaboration results, now our framework presented by the different countries, which we have synthesized. So in this framework, we have 7 dimensions. So we have dimension 1, knowledge, mastery, management, and creation. Wherein for the knowledge, we have meaningful and comprehensive knowledge of one's discipline and of the process of its management, creation, and advancement. And also the ability to draw and leverage from appropriate knowledge pools and to strategically apply this in practice vis-a-vis curricular mandates and pedagogical considerations. And the responsibility, which is the capacity and commitment to use, manage, and create knowledge bases as required in the practices and duties of the teaching profession, the capacity to ensure that such knowledge bases are relevant and responsive to the needs and aspirations of the society in general and the learners in particular. So each dimension will have actually sub-dimensions. So here we have for dimension 2, the design, development, implementation, and evaluation of curricular components and processes related to learning, teaching, and assessment. So for the knowledge, this refers to the conceptual and practical knowledge of the curriculum and its consequent implementation, evaluation, technology, integration, and enhancement in areas of learning, teaching, assessment. Okay. And the ability to systematically select and curate strategies, approaches, and technology in the areas of learning, teaching, and assessment that is appropriate to both needs and goals of learners. And for the responsibility, we have the capacity and commitment to effectively implement and ensure that the different components of the curriculum are functional and contributory to the desired development of the learners. So let me just present the rest. No, so we have dimension 3, we have the learner enabling growth and holistic development, and dimension 4, we have the community. Dimension 4 would be communication, and for dimension 5, we have the community engagement and social leadership, and for dimension 6, we have ethics and professionalism. And the last will be the lifelong learning, human information, and well-being. So again, this framework presented here in the teacher education were from the institutional, regional, and the institutional, national, and regional meetings, where we come up with this framework. And also this framework was presented to the academics and to the academics and alumni, and also the industry partners or our employers. Okay. So that is for the regional subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference framework. So our next will be the RM2, wherein we have here the student workload measurement. So in our presentation here, first we meet with the students in academics where we present what student workload is all about. So we define student workload here as student workload is all the time. A student needs to spend learning in order to achieve the learning outcomes of a particular course in order to get a minimal passing grade for the course, and but most importantly, in order to do the learning and work required. Also, what we mean by student workload thus refers to the time students spend in the classroom under supervision, but also the time students spend working on the assignments we set them. So working individually or with other students, which means by group, plus the time students spend preparing for assessments and completing assignment tasks. So the student workload may be presented like this in this iceberg where you have the contact hours, but the bigger work would be here in the independent work. And the independent work are the following: reading text, literature, preparation and presentation of written work, field work, laboratory preparation of interim assessment. So the basic question there, or the most important question here, would be how much independent work is behind these contact hours. So in this student workload, we have actually surveyed. First, we have an orientation on what is student workload is, and then we had this survey for students on the student workload, looking at the number of hours they spent, and also for the whole semester and for 1 week. So as a whole, these are the results for the whole ASEAN higher education institutions. This would be the result of the survey. So for the ADMU institution, the result will be the number of hours of student workload for faculty is less than that of the students' perception. And for the CU, we will find here that the student or the number of hours spent as perceived by faculty is greater, as perceived by faculty is greater with the student workload as perceived by the students. So this is in reference to their existing policy as to the contact hours, to the practical and the independent work of the students. And for the PSU, we will find here also the results that the number of hours is perceived by the students. For faculty, it's higher, as or greater as compared to the students, students. So shared with other college or school pedagogy. For LTMU, CU, PSU, and USM, you can see that the number of hours is greater now for faculty as to the student workload of the students. So here we have the shared course offerings for USM, explicit anecdotal feedback from students of heavy workload may have different concept of student learning. And also for the rest of the other institutions, for SRU, for the number of hours again of student workload as perceived by the faculty is higher as that of the students. So probably as explained by the SRU here, it's unclear for the students about their understanding of the student workload. So may have excluded the non-contact time of students. So the same with SU. So here, however, the weekly estimation is consistent also with course estimation and full semester estimation. The same with the WBSU. But here, it could be the overestimation of reasonable time by academics as to the student workload, and the weekly estimation is approximately to faculty estimation. And for the USA, here the same, that the number of hours perceived by the faculty is greater than that of the students. But as regards to the desk, as perceived by the students, desk estimated time is lower. So it is said here that independent work may have been excluded, meaning students may not have counted here the independent work, and then there would be less actual work for students as there is no non-engagement, and lesser periodic amount of time spent on requirement may have been excluded. So that is for the student workload estimation. And now for the authentic assessment of program learning outcomes. First, we have actually defined the authentic assessment. So we conducted a diagnostic evaluation or assessment on what is really authentic assessment. And this is what we have found out from the academics as defined. The authentic assessment is understood as assessment that asks students to perform tasks similar, if not identical in nature, to what they can be expected to perform in the real world. And also, authentic assessment judges students' performance against criteria that are relevant beyond a concrete classroom situation, thus helping students to develop ability to judge their own work in the way that will be helpful for them beyond university in the professional setting and other everyday situations. And lastly, we have here authentic assessment that brings together more than one voice. So it engages students in self or peer assessment and seeks to include voices of those not present in the classroom, but who will later on judge graduates' performance and benefits or suffer from graduates' performance. So the results of the action plan for the different countries are here. So this will be the results. So we have from Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. So here for the discussion, so for Philippines, they're going to have the Bachelor of Elementary program. For the UPI, they have the Accounting Education program. And the NU will be the Technology and Teaching program, where they're going to conduct the authentic assessment. So for the action plan, so for actually the rest, they will be going with or having one course wherein they're going to check on the assessment and the learning outcomes and the alignment of assessment and learning outcomes. And also the standardization of quality learning environment, give directions to the learning outcome. So here are the sample of authentic assessment used. Here in the Philippines, we have assessment, portfolio, field study, research, and reports. For Indonesia, they have role plays, presentation, portfolio, research. And for Vietnam, we have their learning progression as tool. So now, what would be the short-term and the medium-term plan for the authentic assessment? So first, we're going to raise the awareness of the need for authentic assessment with the stakeholders, and also select the LOs or the learning outcomes as we do curriculum mapping and choose authentic tasks to the outcome. So here in Indonesia, they are almost going to do the same. Select the learning outcomes, identify courses, design assessment, pilot, and solicit feedback. For the medium term, then this is the time when we are going to revise now the authentic assessment, to introduce a revise after reevaluation, introduce authentic assessment to other programs this time of education, not only in BEN. The same with Indonesia, that they're going to introduce this to other programs, pilot the courses, and also with Vietnam. So for the obstacles, we see that these are the obstacles that we would encounter presenting this authentic assessment. So the time, organizing conferences, meetings, the trainings for authentic assessment, and the budget. Also of course, involving the stakeholders. And also we have to consider the resistance of old mindset, not having to accept the authentic assessment as part of assessment tool. And also the varied in ideas and skills in implementing the authentic assessment. So this may be the obstacles. So for the indicators that somehow were clear about the use or the implementation of authentic assessment, then we look into the attendees in the conference, trainings, number of courses that they uses authentic assessment, also the designed authentic tasks used in courses, also the revised syllabus. So for others here, we're going to conduct trainings. I think Philippines and Indonesia will be doing that. Also, as part of action plan, there will be mentoring for academics, and wherein we're going to mentor the old and the younger teacher. Okay.
All right, thank you, Dr. James, for the presentation. Now we are open for Q&A session, and for that, Ms. Yuni and Mr. Rian, you are allowed to sit in the front chair because it will be closer to the microphone. Okay, now we are open for several questions. Does the participants here have some question? But maybe you can ask for some general questions first, since more detailed questions can be asked during the workshop tomorrow, right? All right, so does anyone have any question? Yep. Or maybe the one from the Zoom meeting. Is there any question yet? All right. Participants here, if you have any questions regarding to this, or maybe you have any commentaries. Please do not be hesitant to ask. Okay, you will ask or?
Thank you. I would like to say hi, especially to James. We met in Bangkok in the same group. Hello. Right. So last meetings we had in Bangkok, we learned about our institutions in terms of especially RM2, and I was wondering if since you are the lead presenters in this session, that we have learned at the time that there are disparities across contexts, across schools and countries, how we make meaning and understand the workloads, especially workloads. So I would like to ask the three panelists if you could enlighten us more on what we have learned in your preparation for this meeting. So catch up from our last meeting in Bangkok. Thank you.
This is a question to Dr. James. To Dr. James, are you ready to answer the question?
Enlighten us more on what we have learned in your preparation for this meeting. So catch up from our last meeting in Bangkok. Thank you.
Yes, as to the student workload, as you can see, there's the difference in the perceptions of the faculty as to and the students' perception as to the student workload. There are many possibilities there. First, it would be that the students have not understood or have not taken into consideration what should be really included in the student workload, and also the possibilities that somehow the student engagement are not given importance here, that somehow the students are not really engaged in their during the working hours, no, or the hour that they spent in studying, that they may have been engaged, and the teacher supposed to be that these are the time that I'm going to spend, but then the students are not spending this time. So these are the possible scenario. But what is a good thing about this, looking at the student workload measurement is we can look into our curriculum and find out whether we have an overload of working hours or studying hours for our students or not. That these are the things that we have to consider, or whether the time that we spend or that the teacher time that we spend, that the students are really utilizing them. No, and also for the teacher, whether the teacher are also considering the independent work that the students are doing. So here in the student workload measurement, you can see the different possibility scenarios.
Okay, that's the answer. Is it okay if we accommodate answers maybe from Dr. Huyen, since she's from the same field? Do you want to add another answer? Do you want to?
I think that you asked Dr. Shame, so in general, yeah. Your question is about the workloads, right? The workloads we did in our university, for example. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. My question is more general. When you talk about making the standardization for internationalization, recognition, so it seems like the disparity of the findings from our projects, should say something about this. So, how do you explain at least partly, and ways to move forward if we still have this huge disparity just in terms of trends of how we understand workloads in terms of the students and hours, contact hours, assignments, and all kind of things.
Yeah, I think that is one of the problem of in our particular situation. At the beginning of the course, usually the teacher, when they begin, but before they begin the course, they will give the detail about the assessment, the workload the student have to do in the class. However, through my experience, maybe they haven't paid a lot of attention to that. So I don't think the students aware about that. They think that it's not very important, right? So that is the reason why when the teacher give some exercise, or they said that they have to do the project activities, for example, the students, maybe they just think that is an activity in the class, not the whole thing they have to do from the beginning to at the end of the course. So in my opinion, it's a very, we should, at the beginning of the course, we should have the explicit plans for the details workload, or maybe we should guide the students to do exactly what should they do. For example, what they read or what they will do in the project. So it will be better for the students to follow and to recognize that is the things they have to do, right? And in Vietnam, actually, we don't have, with my situation, we don't have a lot of time to meet the students besides the class, right? We don't have, when they have problem, they just email us or text. We don't have a lot, we don't have a contact hour at school. So we don't have a exact time for the student to come and to meet us. And that will be also a difficulty for the students when they want to share something, for example.
All right. Does Ms. Yuli would like to add something too?
Yes.
Ms. Yuli, do you want to add something, or is it enough? Okay.
I want to ask something, or I want to add something.
No, if you want to add something.
Thank you. Sorry for my hearing. Okay. My disparities also happen and foremost in the medical, because some competence need to be measured by how many patients do you handle. So this is really difficult to like measure the student workload, because this is really depend on how many patients with that kind of specific case that come to you, and then you practice, and then the more you practice, the more the competence. So this is also most of the big discussion among us, how to really measure the workload or the needed time to students to competent in some areas. But I think the learning point of this student workload is how we are as a lecturer need to really including students in planning our curriculum or our delivery method, that we need to meticulously plan what is our task, what is our assignment needed, and what is your delivery method one by one, and then also involve our students in preparing that. So that is maybe my key lesson from the student workload. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the answers. And with that, unfortunately, we cannot accommodate more questions since the time has elapsed. So from now, please give a round of applause to Miss Yuni, Dr. Huyen, and Dr. James Pedregosa for their amazing presentation. You are allowed to go back to your seat before. You're allowed to go back to the seat. All right. The next session is lunch and prayer. Well, we will have a break for around 1.5 hours to do the lunch and prayers. So you can take your lunch in the bag that has already been prepared by the committees. And please enjoy the food and the beverages. You are allowed to eat in this room, but make sure to throw the bin in the trash bag that we already provided outside. And if you need to do prayer, there are 3 praying rooms around the conference area. The first one is at the end of the hallway, and then the second one is alongside the secretariat room, and the third one is on the 3rd floor. If you're having inquiries regarding the direction, you can ask the committee and they will lead you to the prayer room. And the restrooms are located in the left hallway. And if you have any inquiries or any direction needed, you might ask the committee, like I mentioned before. And please be back to this room before 1 p.m. because we will continue the session later on in 1 p.m. All right, I think that's it for now. Please have a nice break and lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the next session. I hope you guys have enough break, and I hope you enjoyed the lunch that we already provide. And for this session, we will have a policy dialogue or open session where we will be discussing the topic of challenge of student mobility or degree recognition or internationalization, where we will discuss the prospect and challenges under national and higher education institution context. And for this, we will have 4 speakers, and then after that, will be followed by question and answer. And to make our discussion process easier, in this session, it is allowed for you to use Bahasa Indonesia and also English, so that we can have a more flowy discussion. All right, for this session, I would like to invite the speakers. First is Dr. Umboro Lasminto, as the Head of Civil Engineering Department ITS. Also, Dr. Pujo Aji STMT as the member of Academic Senate of ITS. And also, Associate Professor Maria Anityasari PhD as the Director of International Office ITS. And lastly, Associate Professor Dr. Eric Wibisono as the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Surabaya. To all the speakers, allowed to sit in the front row. Once again, to all speakers, is allowed to sit in the front row for now. All right, for the first speech, we'll be listening from Dr. Umboro. Well, he will share about his experience participating in the CALOHEA project. So for now, I'll give the opportunity to Dr. Umboro.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and selamat siang. Pada sesi ini memang national meeting diperkenankan untuk menggunakan 3 bahasa sebenarnya. Bahasa Inggris, bahasa Indonesia, dan bahasa Surabaya. Tapi nggak boleh misuh ya. Jadi saya akan sharing mungkin lebih pada banyak pertanyaan tadi. Mulainya dari mana kegiatan ini? Jadi kebetulan saya juga mengikuti dari awal, mulai dari program TASE. Next. Jadi awalnya itu adalah program TASE Tuning Asia Southeast yang kita mulai pada tahun 2016. 2016 ada 3 SAG, jadi grup yaitu Civil Engineering, kemudian Medicine, dan satu lagi adalah Teacher Education ya. Jadi 3 grup itu kami berkumpul ya, ada beberapa meeting. Next ya. Beberapa meeting ini kebetulan kalau untuk ITS bergabung pada Civil Engineering, jadi beberapa college ada yang tergabung dalam grup Medicine maupun Teacher Education. Next. Kami diperkenalkan mengenai metode tuning di dalam TASE ini. Jadi metode tuning untuk desain kurikulum. Jadi ada 3 tahap sebenarnya dalam metode tuning itu, yaitu mendefinisikan kompetensi. Jadi langkah pertama kami berkumpul mendefinisikan kompetensi. Jadi kalau saya tergabung dalam grup Civil Engineering, jadi kami diskusi kompetensi apa saja yang harus dipunyai oleh lulusan dari atau sarjana teknik sipil. Nah, itu. Jadi kami diskusi banyak kompetensi yang kita definisikan. Kemudian langkah berikutnya adalah melakukan survei. Jadi survei untuk menetapkan ranking atau prioritas dari kompetensi yang banyak itu. Survei itu dilakukan next pada mahasiswa. Jadi di sini perbedaannya kalau metode tuning mungkin dengan lainnya, bahwa di dalam metode tuning itu melibatkan mahasiswa dalam penyusunan kurikulum. Jadi survei dilakukan kepada mahasiswa, kemudian kepada dosen, kepada alumni, dan kepada pengguna lulusan. Jadi mereka diminta untuk memilih mana yang paling penting ya, kemudian kita bisa ranking di sana. Sehingga dari next hasil survei itu, ini contoh tadi kompetensi yang sudah ditetapkan dan definisikan. Kemudian dari survei itu nanti bisa diketahui bahwa akademik, employer, student atau alumni, nanti mereka memilih mana yang paling penting rankingnya. Nah, dari situ kita bisa melihat kompetensi apa saja yang paling penting untuk civil engineering. Kemudian berikutnya, next. Nah, kita menyusun meta profile ya, meta profile. Jadi di kompetensi tadi yang sudah kita ranking tadi, kemudian kita kelompokkan dalam 4 ya, ada value, ada personal skill, ada sosial, kemudian ada technical skill. Nah, mana yang termasuk value, mana yang termasuk personal, sosial, dan technical skill. Jadi kelompokkan. Kadang ada satu kompetensi yang bisa masuk dua-duanya. Dia juga masuk ke dalam personal, bisa juga masuk ke sosial. Nah, disinilah nanti meta profil itu terbentuk. Jadi di dalam meta profil tidak hanya survei saja, tapi kita akan melihat mengenai SDGs, kemudian tantangan ke depan apa, kemudian rule dari akreditasi, standar nasional dan sebagainya, untuk bisa menyusun meta profile ini. Jadi salah satu bentuk meta profile next ya, itu seperti ini. Jadi ada 2 kompetensi. Jadi kompetensi itu ada spesifik dan generik kompetensi. Kalau spesifik itu ada kodenya S, kalau generik kodenya G, kemudian nomornya itu melambang atau menunjukkan kompetensi urut 1, 2, 3 tadi berdasarkan tingkat kepentingannya. Jadi setelah itu dikelompokkan mana yang masuk personal skill, technical, sosial, dan value. Nah, ada beberapa kompetensi yang merupakan irisan. Artinya dia bisa masuk ke dalam teknikal sama personal, misalkan S3, S4, S6. Nah, kemudian juga warna menunjukkan dari hasil survei mana yang paling penting, top importantnya, kemudian medium dan bottom importantnya yang kurang penting. Nah, sehingga terbentuk sekarang meta profil seperti pada gambar itu. Jadi ini sebagai contoh meta profil untuk civil engineering. Jadi tidak hanya survei saja, tapi juga kita mempertimbangkan mengenai tantangan ke depan, SDGs, kemudian juga ada inner strength and quality, termasuk kalau requirement dari akreditasi baik itu nasional, internasional dan sebagainya. Jadi di sini sudah terbentuk meta profile untuk civil engineering. Nah, ini apa gunanya? Jadi dari kompetensi yang kita urutkan bentuk meta profil itu, nah ini sebagai acuan atau dasar untuk kita menyusun kurikulum. Di dalam kurikulum nanti kalau kita membuat capaian pembelajaran lulusan itu juga bisa melihat dari meta profil seperti ini. Next. Nah, kemudian kita juga belajar dalam membuat kurikulum atau menyusun kurikulum. Jadi TASE memperkenalkan 10 langkah ini dalam penyusunan kurikulum. Yang pertama itu adalah mendefinisikan nama programnya. Jadi misalkan program studi teknik S1 teknik sipil seperti itu. Jadi kita menyusun kurikulumnya untuk program studi teknik sipil. Kemudian berapa lama programnya? Jadi kalau teknik sipil itu 8 semester standarnya. Kemudian levelnya sarjana teknik S1 tadi, level 6 kalau dalam qualification framework. Kemudian kita juga harus menjelaskan kenapa program ini penting di dalam kurikulum itu. Jadi teknik sipil itu kenapa kok harus ada, kemudian tantangannya ke depan apa, semuanya ada dijelaskan situ di nomor 4. Jadi bidang apa saja nanti lulusannya, nanti ini untuk berguna menyusun profil lulusan. Jadi future field, sektor employment, dan bekerja di mana saja nanti lulusan dari teknik sipil. Kemudian yang kelima, mendeskripsikan degree profile, jadi outcome dan kompetensinya. Jadi sudah ada di dalam meta profil yang dipilih, jadi itu bisa digunakan sebagai dasar atau acuan ya. Kemudian menghubungkan antara degree dengan meta profil tadi. Jadi di sini kita implementasikan di kurikulum baru teknik sipil. Jadi kita dalam menyusun kurikulum baru teknik sipil di ITS itu tidak hanya merevisi kurikulum lama, tapi juga kita linkkan pada hasil kompetensi yang sudah dihasilkan, dengan harapan nanti bahwa lulusan kami itu bisa melakukan exchange ke universitas-universitas yang tergabung dalam penyusunan meta profil tersebut, karena di sana sudah ada mapping tentang kompetensi yang dibutuhkan. Kemudian berikutnya baru mendefinisikan struktur kurikulum mulai dari semester 1 sampai semester 8. Kemudian di langkah ke-8 mengecek konsistensinya. Jadi apakah kompetensinya atau CPL-nya semuanya sudah masuk ke dalam materi ajar atau pembelajaran di dalam kurikulum prodi tersebut. Jadi kita membuat matrik ya, di situ matrik antara kompetensi dengan bahan ajar. Kemudian yang ke-9 ini penting, internal quality control. Jadi kualitas quality control dari kurikulum. Kemudian yang ke-10 itu ada beberapa aspek yang relevan yang bisa dimasukkan ke dalam kurikulum. Kenapa saja? Jadi kita pertimbangkan sekarang ini ada program MBKM, ya bagaimana mengakomodasi kegiatan MBKM ke dalam kurikulum. Kemudian juga akreditasi, baik akreditasi nasional maupun internasional. Jadi kalau internasional kita mengikuti EAB sebagai contoh, ada 20% mata kuliah basic science yang harus dimasukkan ke dalamnya. Kalau kita mau mengikuti IAB, kalau mengikuti yang lain tentunya kita sesuaikan. Jadi kemana kita akan akreditasi. Berikutnya. Nah, setelah tuning selesai, kemudian baru dilanjutkan dengan program ini CALOHEA. Jadi ceritanya begitu, tahun 2019 tuning selesai, tahun 2021 ada program baru yaitu CALOHEA yang bertujuan untuk measuring and comparing achievement of learning outcome in higher education in Asia. Jadi di sini lebih banyak pada pengukuran, bagaimana pengukuran dari capaian pembelajaran yang kita susun dalam kurikulum. Next. Nah, ini lebih banyak universitas yang terlibat, jadi ada tambahan beberapa universitas yang terlibat di dalam CALOHEA ini selain dari yang terlibat dalam TASE sebelumnya. Baik, next. Tadi sudah banyak dibahas, di dalam CALOHEA ini ada 3 kegiatan atau yang disebut dengan recognition mechanism. Yang pertama itu kalau di dalam kurikulum OBE kita menyusun CPL ya, capaian pembelajaran lulusan. Intinya seperti itu. Kemudian yang kedua itu menghitung beban dari mahasiswa. Jadi beban mahasiswa itu dihitung tidak hanya persepsi dosen, tapi juga mahasiswanya. Sebagai contoh, kemarin kita hitung beban untuk semester 6. Jadi kita lakukan survei pada dosen dan mahasiswa. Apakah jadi untuk satu semester itu berapa workload-nya? Dan ternyata menurut dosen bebannya ringan dan menurut mahasiswa bebannya berat. Nah, itu. Yang ketiga itu adalah authentic assessment. Jadi kalau authentic assessment itu kalau di kita mungkin istilahnya yang pembelajaran project based learning. Jadi kita membuat assessment yang berdasarkan pada kondisi real atau kondisi di lapangan. Jadi kalau di teknik sipil ya misalkan assessmentnya berupa survei atau berupa perencanaan jembatan, misalkan perencanaan gedung dan sebagainya. Nah itu adalah termasuk dalam menyusun bagaimana kita menyusun untuk authentic assessment, kemudian learning outcome-nya apa semua. Nah, jadi itu rangkaian mulai dari TASE sampai CALOHEA. Jadi seperti itu. Baik, mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan tentang pengalaman dalam dua program ini, TASE dan CALOHEA. Nanti kalau ada sesuatu yang perlu diskusikan, kita bisa bahas lebih lanjut. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mboro, for the presentation. So just a brief explanation of what Dr. Mboro has just stated is basically how the system progressed from TASE or TASE to tuning, and now it turned into CALOHEA, and how the Department of Civil Engineering in ITS set their curriculum based on the project itself. All right, now the next person to speak is Dr. Pujo Aji, STMT, as the member of the Academic Senate. You will have the opportunity to do the presentation.
Oke, saya akan gunakan bahasa Indonesia supaya lebih tenang dan lebih santai. Ya, kayaknya dari pagi saya dengar sudah tegang terus. Jadi ya sudah, kita gunakan bahasa Indonesia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, di sini kita akan mencoba melihat. Saya kasih warna merah di situ karena ada terkait dengan challenge ya. Ada dua yang kita nanti akan lihat. Ini terkait dengan student mobility. Sengaja saya buat ada dua hal, yaitu yang terkait dengan core dan future problem. Jadi yang core ini adalah yang sehari-hari sudah kita lalui dan mungkin ada hal yang menarik di sana, itu ada di core. Sedangkan yang future ini khusus untuk 2-3 tahun ke depan yang akan mau tidak mau kita hadapi bersama. Di future ini ada dua nantinya yang kita perlu lihat. Yang terkait dengan Indonesia secara Indonesia dan yang global. Jadi kasus yang global berarti seluruh dunia ada masalah dengan itu. Ya, jadi nanti kita akan lihat satu persatu. Untuk yang core-nya dulu, saya mungkin presentasi nggak terlalu banyak tapi harapannya bisa kena message-nya. Yang pertama terkait dengan core dulu. Yang core adalah yang business as usual yang kita lalui dengan student exchange. Ya, di sini ada tulisan MBKM ya, Bapak Ibu sudah tahu ini program kementerian. Sebetulnya MBKM sendiri untuk student exchange kita sudah punya sebelum MBKM ada, gitu ya. Jadi bukan sesuatu yang baru sebetulnya, tapi dikemasnya dalam MBKM. Selanjutnya kita lihat dulu apa sih yang didapat saat student exchange itu dilakukan. Jadi tentunya yang pasti semua sudah tahu bahwa mereka mahasiswa akan mendapatkan teaching material, pasti. Kemudian yang ini yang ada di IAB, kalau Bapak Ibu lihat di IAB, salah satu yang menjadi hal perlu untuk dipikirkan adalah adanya multicultural team work di sana. Jadi itu tutut-tutut oleh IAB, yang kita juga perlu untuk kembangkan. Nah, the building network juga yang terjadi ketika proses ini terutama yang lintas negara ya, lintas negara. Secara prinsip itu yang ingin diharapkan ketika student exchange, salah satunya yaitu adanya pengalaman. Pengalaman itu bisa disediakan saat mahasiswa masuk ke industri dan lain sebagainya, mereka bisa mendapatkan pengalaman itu. Ya, sekilas yang kita lihat di sini message-nya adalah tidak semuanya teaching material, intinya begitu. Jadi ada hal lain yang bisa kita usahakan untuk mahasiswa dapat ketika program ini berjalan. Mari kita lihat lagi. Selanjutnya adalah, nah, pada waktu ada student exchange, maka tentunya ada proses sebelum dan setelah proses itu. Jadi kalau kita lihat sebelumnya nanti yang paling dibahas sering adalah membuat matriks untuk melihat kesamaan learning outcomes, yaitu selalu. Dulu sempat saya ketemu dengan pihak Taiwan selalu menyatakan untuk S1 kayaknya agak rumit dia menyampaikan begitu. Ya kita sama, kita tahu bahwa harus ada matriks. Kita nanti akan bahas problemnya di mana. Berikutnya teaching process. Ya, teaching process juga mungkin ada masalah di sana. Mari kita lihat dulu yang dengan matriksnya. Problem di matriks menimbulkan ini salah satu problemnya. Ada mata kuliah yang namanya sama persis, tapi ternyata LO-nya apa ya belum tentu sama. LO-nya belum tentu sama, walaupun mata kuliahnya sama persis, apalagi tidak ada nama mata kuliah yang sama. Nah, ini harus kita pahami dan harus kita akui, gitu ya. Yang kedua, ada hubungan one to many. Ini di RPL ITS juga sama kasusnya, dulu kita buat aturan teknis terkait one to many. Artinya satu mata kuliah ternyata di mata kuliah universitas lain itu terpecah-pecah isinya. Punya kita terpecah-pecah dengan yang punya orang lain. Ini juga kendala tersendiri, karena di Jakarta pun kalau mau recognize itu satu mata kuliah one to one. Nah, ini jadi masalah. Faktanya ada one to many dan banyak model begitu. Kesulitan yang ketiga, ini kadang-kadang diabaikan. Padahal kita tahu bahwa untuk yang berurusan dengan engineering biasanya itu tidak akan lepas dengan code and standard. Code and standard. Dan masing-masing negara memiliki code and standard sendiri dengan historis dan root yang berbeda-beda. Contoh, kita pernah dulu menggunakan peraturan yang root dengan Eropa. Tapi kali ini misalnya di sipil sudah cenderung ke Amerika base. Ya, jadi itu adalah beberapa problem dan ini sangat serius. Perbedaannya sangat serius. Untuk yang terkait dengan teaching proses, kita lihat secara sekilas problemnya ada yang terutama yang tengah itu ya, language itu ya. Kalau kita lintas negara, tapi itu bisa diantisipasi ya. Jadi mahasiswa yang mau masuk, mau mengadakan student exchange minimal harus sekian Inggrisnya, saya rasa nggak ada masalah dengan itu. Nah, kenapa kok berurusan dengan student exchange terutama metrik-metrikan itu timbul masalah kompleks? Mari kita lihat sebetulnya sejarahnya. Gambar di situ adalah gambar urutan kurikulum, struktur kurikulum yang ada. Saya kasih warna-warna begitu dengan model begitu. Ya. Yang ada kuning di situ adalah misalnya mata kuliah yang kita mau hubungkan dengan mata kuliah di luar. Itu ada tanda kuning di sana. Ada warna hijau, itu yang prereknya. Nah, ini jadi kompleks karena yang pertama, masing-masing program studi itu memiliki kurikulum struktur yang berbeda-beda strukturnya. Ini sangat tergantung oleh teknologi yang dikembangkan atau yang di-acquire, karena tidak semua perguruan tinggi bisa selalu acquire teknologi baru, belum tentu. Kemudian code atau standar, tiap 3-4 tahun keluar code baru, ya. SCI itu keluar, Indonesia ikut SCI, ya sudah ikut. Jadi kita juga ikut baru. Berapa banyak yang mau mempelajari aturan baru sebelum bisa diberikan ke mahasiswa, dosennya harus belajar, gitu ya. Kemudian current issue, masalah-masalah yang di saat ini lagi hot. Kemudian juga adanya unsur-unsur spesifik yang universitas, faculty atau departemen ingin kembangkan. Jadi ini juga mewarnai struktur kurikulum yang pastinya berbeda-beda. Berikutnya, prereknya berbeda-beda. Jadi kalau ngomong prerek itu sudah ngomong menu di dapur. Mau masak urutannya bagaimana? Masing-masing buat pisang goreng bisa macam-macam, tapi rasa pisangnya di belakang. Nah, kita berada di pas proses di tengah. Jadi agak sulit kalau kita mau compare bahwa yang kita lakukan buat pisang goreng ini sama dengan yang universitas lain sama. Ya. Jadi ini yang kedua. Yang ketiga, ini sudah umum, di kurikulum selalu ada kedalaman ya, dan keluasan. Itu selalu satu paket. Karena materi bisa sama, tapi berapa luas dia mau diceritakan, berapa dalam dia mau disampaikan, itu berbeda-beda. Ya. Ada yang mengatakan, yang ini nggak terlalu banyak, saya lebih fokus yang itu. Bisa. Finite elemennya nggak terlalu banyak, tapi saya perlu applied-nya. Itu sudah lain lagi ceritanya, walaupun namanya sama-sama finite element. Baik, kemudian kita lihat juga replace or just enrich. Saya buat, ini ada gambar universitas satu dengan universitas yang lain, jadi universitas origin ke target. Kemudian kita bisa lihat core, replace core. Jadi mata kuliah inti kita mau kita comparekan dengan yang di luar. Jadi kalau yang di luar selesai diakui sebagai mata kuliah inti, agak berat. Nanti kita lihat juga. Nomor 2, core ditambah non-core. Jadi mata kuliah inti kita, mahasiswa kita keluar untuk mengambil yang non-core, jadi tambahan, enrichment. Ini yang paling buat happy. Dua belah pihak happy. Yang 3, core ditambah core. Jadi core di sini ngambil, core di luar negeri ngambil. Kayaknya mahasiswanya yang nggak happy, ya, terlalu berat, stres 2 kali. Jadi kayaknya yang paling happy di tengah. Oke, sekarang kita lihat posisi mata kuliah yang diberikan dalam perjalanan semesternya. Ada posisi di awal yang saya tulis di sini semester 1-2. Ini lebih didominasi Math and Basic Science biasanya, atau mata kuliah prodi yang ya pengenalan. Jadi di situ semester 1-2. Kalau materi ini dikirimkan atau diambil oleh mahasiswa di luar, ini juga agak kesulitan. Nanti kita akan lihat. Yang berikutnya semester 3-6 adalah yang core engineering-nya. Dan yang ketiga ini lebih banyak ke elective course-nya atau pilihan, ya, di semester 7-8. Nah, kita lihat dulu yang pertama. Di sini dikatakan yang, jadi terlalu muda untuk berangkat, belum banyak pengalaman, belum teruji dan lain sebagainya. Nanti kaget di universitas luar malah kaget, ya. Masuk di sini langsung keluar, kaget di luar. Di tes pun ada aturan untuk tidak mengizinkan mahasiswa terlalu muda keluar. Yang core ini juga ada masalah, terutama kalau sudah menginjak ke proyek yang enggak semester 6, ya, 5-6 sudah mulai ada gejala proyek-proyekan begitu. Kalau ini di offer keluar, orang mahasiswa luar masuk ke kita atau kita masuk keluar, ini kasihan mahasiswanya. Kalaupun terpaksa harus di offer, ada ketentuan minimum 80%. Paling tidak 80% lah. Learning outcome-nya bisa dipenuhi. Karena kalau enggak akan beda jauh. Dan itu membahayakan untuk mahasiswa menyelesaikan yang selanjutnya, tahap selanjutnya. Nah, yang terakhir ini kayaknya yang membuat paling happy ya di situ, yaitu elektifnya. Di conclusion untuk yang core, ini yang paling happy yaitu di elective course. Kita bisa kembangkan elective course-nya juga. Kedua, buat yang mengeksplor, artinya kita eksplor dengan diri kita, universitas yang lain juga eksplor dirinya dia, itu adalah terkait dengan bagaimana materi yang ingin ditawarkan itu bisa mencakup experience-nya lebih kental atau rasa. Nomor 3, selalu mengkomunikasikan dan merencanakan di antara universitas. Ini pekerjaan paling banyak, melelahkan, tapi perlu. Dan yang tidak kalah menarik adalah selalu mengevaluasi programnya. Jadi setelah proses program ini berjalan, yang gagal berapa persen, yang sukses berapa persen, apa yang menyebabkan kita bisa menjaga supaya yang gagal nanti bisa lebih sedikit dan seterusnya. Karena program ini belum tentu sukses. Bisa jadi mahasiswa yang kita kirim juga bermasalah gitu ya. Itu harus kita akui. Oke. Masuk ke yang future problem. Future problem akan muncul 2-3 tahun lagi. Saat ini sudah mulai. 2-3 tahun lagi akan muncul. Di sini kita akan lihat ada satu problem yang muncul secara nasional. Kita harus siap dan harus melihat potensinya bagaimana nantinya. Tapi kita hari ini mungkin hanya sekilas menunjukkan bahwa ini ada bayang-bayang yang harus disiapkan. Yang pertama, ada tes masuk baru mahasiswa. Bapak Ibu ingat dulu kita tesnya fisika, kimia harus bagus untuk yang engineering, biologi harus bagus untuk yang masuk kedokteran gitu ya. Saat ini orang sosial bisa saja masuk kedokteran, why not? Ya, karena yang dites hanya 4. Apa itu? skolastik atau IQ, kemudian matematik, bahasa Indonesia, dan bahasa Inggris. Hanya 4. Semua bisa dimasuki, bidang apapun di universitas boleh dimasuki. Ini merupakan hal yang masih cloudy. Artinya dari sisi pemahaman kita tentang bagaimana seseorang belajar, ada banyak hal yang question mark, tanda tanya. Ya. Ini terkait dengan itu. Dan ini akan berefek ke seluruh Indonesia. Berikutnya, yang ini efeknya seluruh dunia. AI tools, ChatGPT. Aduh, ini efeknya kayaknya bukan dunia saja ya, humanity ya. Cuman ini di situ ada gambar catur Bapak Ibu. Saya cuma sampaikan, kalau orang biasa main catur, itu opening itu menentukan. Ya, karena opening itu kalau salah sudah ada yang bahkan opening itu salah langsung ditinggal, sudah nyerah. Itu kalau levelnya sudah sampai seperti itu. Kita sudah dalam tahap seperti itu, harus mengambil sikap dan melangkah. Saya perlu sampaikan Bapak Ibu, ChatGPT itu yang pinter tambah pinter, yang nggak pinter tambah. Tapi problemnya mereka sama-sama sama kelihatannya. Ya, ini tantangan luar biasa. Dan kemarin saya lihat ponaan saya. Ponaan saya di SMA kelas 1. Waktu saya lihat dia lagi duduk, anak-anak saya lagi ngerjakan, dia lagi duduk, dia bilang begini, duh capeknya, minta ChatGPT aja lah ngerjakan untuk buat random program. Bayangkan. Saya langsung bilang, kamu nggak boleh begitu. Kamu tahu enggak, ini yang trouble seluruh dunia termasuk umat manusia. Saya bilang begitu sama dia. Ibunya diam saja, dia pikir kenapa ini pamannya ngomel-ngomel ya. Itu terjadi. Saya kaget. Karena di ITS sekarang lagi menyiapkan kebijakan terkait ChatGPT. Bukan dilarang, tapi kita harus kontrol ChatGPT. Menggunakan ChatGPT dengan lebih baik. Ya. Tanpa mengurangi kemampuan 3 kemampuan mahasiswa. Analisis, evaluasi, sintesis atau creation. 3-tiganya harus dijaga. Jadi kalau mereka tidak siap ini, kita biarkan dengan sendirinya begitu, salah. Kita diamkan, salah. Ya. Kita harus atur, termasuk nanti harus ada training, dosen di training, mahasiswa di training, diajarkan bahwa ada yang tidak sempurna di ChatGPT. Dan juga ada cara Bapak Ibu untuk membantu kita lebih dari ChatGPT. Ada tekniknya, ada. Saya kasih tahu, kelemahan ChatGPT adalah di namanya. Bapak Ibu bisa tebak. Di mana? Chat. Itu kelemahannya. What is the problem with chat? Chat means text-based. Betul. Text-based is not diagram and picture and not visual. Kita tahu, mereka akan bergerak ke sana. Tapi sampai hari ini yang bisa kita lakukan adalah itu. Ya. Gambar, video, diagram, itu yang bisa kita buat lebih untuk materi kita sebagai dosen. Ya. Ini terus terang mengancam sekali. Saya ambil contoh. Di salah satu medical school di California, coba tes ChatGPT, mengerjakan kasus medical school yang tidak pernah dipost di Google. Jadi browser tidak pernah tahu. Ya. Dia bisa lulus, Bapak Ibu. Ini luar biasa. Bisnis sebelumnya sudah mencoba. Suatu kasus yang membutuhkan buku yang tebal dan waktu yang lama untuk menjawab, ChatGPT lulus. Ini kita tidak mau menghasilkan lulusan yang kita ajar 3 tahun, dibereskan oleh ChatGPT hanya 3 detik. Itu terjadi. Dan ini enggak guyonan Bapak Ibu, benar-benar menakutkan. Saya lihat aja takut betul ini. Terakhir saya dengar dia meng-hire 12 kontraktor untuk languages. Nah, kebetulan HP saya selalu nyambung dengan perkembangannya ChatGPT ya. Karena harus disampaikan ke senat akademik juga. terkait ini apa yang kita harus lakukan. Kita sudah buat draft sih sebetulnya. Nah, salah satunya adalah 12 kontraktor khusus programming. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu lihat ya, ChatGPT, itu programmingnya itu bisa kita minta untuk membuatkan program, dan kalau bahasanya tidak sesuai kita minta ganti program, diganti. Saya sampaikan, ini luar biasa. Yang terancam lulusan programmer dong berarti, termasuk dosennya dong, ya kan? Nggak payu, daripada tanya dosennya yang bulat, lebih banyak tanya ChatGPT ya. Tapi ChatGPT tidak sempurna, masih ada salah di sana sini. Nah ini saatnya kita bukakan mata mahasiswa kita. Ini tidak sempurna loh, kamu boleh pakai tapi hati-hati, kan gitu. Jadi ada syarat dan ketentuan, itu bisa kita lakukan. Ada banyak cara untuk membuat mahasiswa belajar lebih kritis. Bagaimana? Bisa kita adu. Jadi dikasih soal, menyelesaikan dengan cara Anda. Kemudian pakai ChatGPT, selesaikan hasil ChatGPT-nya bagaimana. Kemudian Anda lihat, what is the lesson learned? Apa yang Anda pelajari? Kenapa Anda menjawab itu? Kenapa ChatGPT begitu? Apa kelebihan Anda? Itu mengajarkan mereka untuk hati-hati dengan AI. Dan itu bagus. Itu adalah banyak hal yang saya dapati. Termasuk saya mencoba, jadi teman saya Pak Ali Masduki dari Senat kemarin mencoba untuk menggunakan bahasa Arab. Ngerti dia. Pak Ketua Senat, Pak Aklus dari Prancis mencoba bahasa Prancis, ngerti dia. Jadi ada dua bahasa yang dikuasai oleh ChatGPT, bahasa language human being, dan satunya adalah bahasa programming. Banyak masalah. Saya iseng. Ya, ini free Mas ya. Dan Bapak Ibu jangan seneng-seneng, berarti free saya bisa pakai. Bapak Ibu harus ingat, Bapak Ibu jadi kelinci percobaan. Karena yang diberikan ke Bapak Ibu free, ChatGPT ingin melihat feedbacknya untuk membuat dia lebih hebat lagi. Ngerti maksudnya? Jadi kita ini kelinci percobaan, kita happy tapi dia lebih happy yang buat. Ya. Saya coba buat puisi. Saya minta ChatGPT buatkan puisi tentang love and hate. Mangel toh buat puisi tentang apa? Cinta dan kebencian. Saya kagum, bukan karena apa? Saya kagum bagaimana ChatGPT buatnya. Dia cerita, ya, love. Dia ceritakan love itu begini. Ya, oke lah, semua orang tahu love bagaimana. Kemudian dia cerita, hate itu begini. Tapi yang saya buat kagum dan saya kaget, paragraf yang terakhir itu bercerita, pilihlah cinta. Wow. Choose love. Kok ngerti dia? Jadi selain puisi itu menunjukkan keindahan juga bermakna buat kita. Ngerti tidak maksudnya? Itu kelebihan dari ChatGPT. Dan itu akan berjalan makin lama makin banyak. Google, bagaimana dengan Google yang sekarang ini nomor 1? Google sudah membuat, tapi disembunyikan. Bapak Ibu tahu kenapa? Karena Google sudah punya banyak produk. Dia tidak mau kalau dia punya produk tidak sempurna, mempengaruhi semua produk bagus. Tapi karena ChatGPT sudah keluar, akhirnya dia juga harus turun gunung. Karena Google diprediksi 2 tahun lagi juga amblas. Itu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi kita tantangannya yang terakhir itu global luar biasa. Tapi langkah papan catur yang saya sebutkan opening tadi menentukan sekali. Saya berharap nanti ke depan juga acara seperti ini kalau bisa kita kumpul, sharingkan lebih lanjut terkait dengan 2 hal ini akan lebih baik. Oke. Saya cuma kasih gambaran terakhir ini aja. Between families. Untuk mengingatkan kita tanggung jawab kita sebagai keluarga. Exchange student itu seperti memindahkan anggota keluarga kita ke orang lain. Saya masih ingat ada seseorang yang mengatakan kalau ada dosen yang cuek bebek kepada mahasiswanya, coba bayangkan kalau itu adalah anakmu sendiri. Waktu saya mendengar itu, saya rasa benar juga. Ketika ini orang, saya anggap anak saya sendiri, maka saya akan lebih care dengan dia. Program Student Exchange sama dengan itu. Kita lepaskan anak kita ke keluarga yang berbeda. Kita berharap anak kita lebih maju daripada kita. Almarhum ayah saya selalu ngomong, yang saya sampaikan ke anak saya juga. Ayahmu bangga kalau kamu lebih pintar daripada saya. Waktu itu ayah saya ngomong begitu, almarhum. Saya pun menyampaikan ke anak saya, Hans, kamu harus lebih pintar dari papi. Kalau kamu sudah ngomong, papi ini tidak ada apa-apanya, berarti kamu sudah membuat papi bahagia. Ngerti tidak, Mas? Sama semangatnya dengan dosen juga yang melepaskan, atau prodi atau departemen yang melepaskan anak-anaknya ke tempat lain. Yang menerima pun juga begitu. Ini seperti anak saya yang harus saya perhatikan. Kalau ceritanya seperti itu, saya percaya program apapun yang kita rintis akan lebih berhati-hati dan menghasilkan sesuatu. Jadi itu pesan yang ingin kita sampaikan. Saya tahu di siang ini sudah mulai kena penyakit sama seluruh dunia, ngantuk. Jadi saya akhiri saja. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Pujo, for the presentation. A bit of a brief explanation. So he basically explains the challenges to support student mobility due to disparities between home university and also the host universities. For example, the differences in curriculum and also learning outcomes. And also, he came up with the challenges that might be present in the future. For example, a new admission test model and also the AI tools, and the importance for teacher to actually teach the students how to use those really sophisticated tools wisely. So we will not just use it as it is, but we can use it better. And yeah, that's it from Dr. Pujo, and now we will move to the next person. We will invite Associate Professor Maria Anityasari as the Director of International Office ITS. To Professor Maria, the time and place is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share and to attend this important meeting. I learned a lot from Pak Umboro and also Pak Pujo. Very interesting presentation, Pak Pujo. Thank you so much for opening our eyes for the very real challenges in the near future. Bapak Ibu milih bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris, Bapak Ibu? Ngantuk itu lebih enak kalau mendengar bahasa Inggris atau tambah angler Bapak Ibu ya kalau pakai bahasa Indonesia. Bahasa Inggris tambah angler. Baik Bapak Ibu, I have to explain a bit of myself. Why? Because I'm not expert like Pak Pujo. Yeah, I'm not expert like Pak Umboro. For so many years, I'm working at internationalization. I'm the director of ITS International Office. So I will look at the issue of challenges of joint degree and also exchange and also international program from different angle. Okay. This is my profile, Bapak Ibu. 12 years I have been working at international office. So again, please apologize if my comment or my sharing today somehow is not very curriculum related things. Baik, Bapak Ibu. What popped up in my mind when I got the invitation from Pak Umboro? Thank you so much, Pak. Measuring and comparing achievement of learning outcome in higher education in Asia. What popped up in my mind actually a very maybe pragmatical, simple one. What do we want to be the attribute of higher education alumni? I'm always asking what actually we would like to see from our alumni. Do we need someone who are very expert in technical thing and very expert in many details, or we want to have generalist instead? Bapak Ibu, sedikit background. Saya di tahun 2009 sampai dengan 2014, kemudian sambung di 2015, di tahun 2020, saya pernah menjadi staf ahli di kementerian Bapak Ibu. Saat itu menikah expert team at National Alignment Program di Kemdikbud. Jadi saat itu selama lebih kurang 5 tahun, saya bekerja dengan program Link and Match. Nah, di dalam programming and maths, we always ask ourselves, what do we want to see? Apa sih yang mau dilihat? Kalau alumninya Bapak Ibu itu lulus, Bapak Ibu mau seperti apa atributnya? Nah, job market requirement always the driver. Job market requirement always the aspect that we have to consider. Dan Pak Umboro tadi sudah menyampaikan, sudah ada survei, bahkan surveinya tidak hanya dari job market, tetapi juga dari student. And since 2015, Asian entered a new era called Asian Economic Community. Ya, Bapak Ibu, sejak 2015 tanggal 31 Desember kita masuk di dalam era MEA, Masyarakat Ekonomi ASEAN. Sehingga ketika kita bicara tentang job market requirement itu nggak bisa cuma di dalam negeri, nggak bisa. Kita mesti lihat job market requirement yang worldwide. Karena skill worker harus bergerak. Skill worker bisa bergerak dan harus bergerak. Kok harus? Karena kita mau mereka mendapatkan kesempatan lebih baik. Sehingga global viewpoint menjadi penting. Kemudian belum sampai bernafas lega, Industrial Revolution 4.0. People somehow threatened by the use of teknologi. Pak Pujo tadi menyampaikan dengan sangat menarik, AI luar biasa. Nah, kemudian Bapak Ibu, in the future we also facing something that very uncertain. Seperti kasusnya pandemi, siapa sih yang mikir bakalan ada pandemi? Nggak ada yang mikir. Jadi dunia kita yang sangat volatile, ya, kemudian uncertain, kompleks dan ambiguous, itu mau nggak mau harus kita handle. Nah, dalam keadaan seperti ini, mendefinisikan atribut menjadi sulit, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saya kira Bapak Ibu sudah cukup paham itu. Saya sempat download Future Job dan membaca di dalamnya, mengkopas beberapa, Bapak Ibu. Di sini ada skill gap continue to be high as in-demand skill across job change in the next 5 years. Jadi kita mengubah kurikulum, kita mencoba untuk mengadaptasi perubahan, perubahannya berubah gitu. Jadi betul-betul ini kayak Tom and Jerry, Bapak Ibu ya. Ternyata filmnya Tom and Jerry berlaku di kurikulum. Jadi perubahannya sangat cepat, Bapak Ibu, sangat cepat. Dan orang-orang yang bekerja pun juga terancam terminggirkan oleh teknologi. Karena itu ini Pak Umboro ini peluang yang sangat besar sebetulnya. We are not only talking about our current student, but we are also talking about alumni, about labor di sektor, di berbagai macam sektor kerja, karena mereka pun akan terancam diminggirkan oleh karena Industrial Revolution 4.0 atau oleh karena perubahan yang lain. Jadi upscaling dan lain sebagainya menjadi very important. Industrial Revolution, saya kira Bapak Ibu sangat familiar, orang sudah dipinggirkan. VUCA word, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So, gimana nih, tutup atau gimana, gitu ya? Bapak Ibu, all the challenges that have been listed is obvious. We cannot run from the fact that we are living in such situation. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, please allow me to, from internationalization point of view, looking at all the challenges, we would like to contribute, even though the contribution is not as much as curriculum development and degree composition and so on. Looking at the top skill of 2025 and 2030, we discuss with partner overseas who also feel worried, the same feeling. Our partner in Japan, for example, they said, aduh, Ibu Maria, you know, Japanese student, somehow technically they are okay, but they have very low communication skill, for example. If we do not add something to their competencies, soon or later, they will be out from the job market competition. We talk about a Japanese partner. And when we talk about European partner, interesting, European partner, to some extent we always think that European is far advanced. However, when I talk with them, they said, Ibu, our Z generation, ya, generasi Z, Bapak Ibu, our Z generation now have less empathy, less understanding. And developing country like Indonesia and also other Southeast Asia countries, they are moving very fast. And somehow, developed country, European students, they feel they are okay. They don't realize of the real challenges that happen in the market. So they need to know the situation in other country, understand the challenges in developing country, and later on they will be global citizens who are able to contribute and also to get good job. So Bapak Ibu sekalian, looking at this top skill and also trying to figure out what actually needed to be developed. Apa yang penting, apa yang perlu untuk dikembangkan, kami mencoba untuk urunan sedikit, begitu Bapak Ibu. Nah, urunan sedikitnya, because we believe the conventional learning, using textbook, one-way learning, and so on, has to change. We have to do experiential learning. Nah, ini challenging banget Bapak Ibu, karena untuk hal-hal yang teknikal, mekanika teknik, for example, kemudian termodinamika, kalau di departemen-departemen yang hard engineering, itu tidak mudah untuk di-shifting menjadi experiential learning. Ini betul-betul tantangan untuk para dosen. Maka Bapak Ibu, kami coba urunan di sisi kanan dengan menggunakan case or problem-based learning, real world experience, interdisciplinary approach, immersion and interactive learning, by inviting partner to come and work on global project-based learning. Jadi kalau tadi kita memaknai international collaboration is about exchange and internship, actually it is far wider than only that, Bapak Ibu. We have short program, we have in-country program, in which we can contribute. Jadi Bapak Ibu begini, saya tidak tahu Bapak Ibu berasal dari perguruan tinggi apa saja. Kalau Bapak Ibu sudah punya strong internationalization, ngirim mahasiswa untuk exchange, untuk intern keluar, itu very good. Tetapi tidak hanya itu yang bisa dilakukan. Bapak Ibu bisa creating international program in your home. Internationalization at home. Kita bisa melakukan program di sini, inviting overseas student to join us, team up with your student, and still able to achieve the competencies that only can be developed if people from different countries, cross-culture background, meet and engage and discuss. Saya harap Bapak Ibu bisa memahami maksud saya. Jadi, internasionalisasi nggak cuma ngirim orang exchange, nggak cuma ngirim orang join degree, nggak cuma ngirim orang lab di luar negeri, tidak. Bapak Ibu bisa creating program internationalization at home. Di perguruan tinggi Bapak Ibu diselenggarakan, orang bisa datang dan tetap achieving the goal. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kami di ITS, ini sharing saya tentang ITS ya Bapak Ibu, monggo di cloning kalau Bapak Ibu berkenan dan memandang itu baik. Kami di ITS mencoba untuk membuat in-country program. Saya tunjukkan salah 2 dan salah 4-nya. Pertama, we have program named Engineers in Action. We try to develop the critical thinking of student, the ability of student to solve complex problem, cross-cultural communication, decision making, and so on by having this program. So Engineer in Action, we work with Taiwan Tech University. Ini kayak orang KKN, Bapak Ibu, community services, tapi problemnya itu didefine oleh anak-anak. Jadi nggak kemudian kita kasih program udah mateng gitu, enggak. Ini situasinya, kira-kira apa yang bisa dibantu, lihat kemampuan kognitif dan skill yang kalian punya, apa nih yang bisa dikerjakan bareng-bareng. So, community services like this somehow work well. You can imagine problem in Indonesia is very much different from Taiwan. Some student may, apa sih masalah di Indonesia mah gitu-gitu aja, dapat apa coba. Tapi ketika mereka datang dan they figure out, oh ternyata problemnya much complex than what we thought before. Dan akhirnya dari situ mereka dapat insting, they got the feeling, insight, skill that they never learn in their classroom. So this is example of one program, and even during the pandemic, Bapak Ibu, even during the pandemic, we also conducted case-based learning, problem-solving learning. This is the collaboration with PFAS University in Belgium. We run international competence of healthcare technology. Bapak Ibu, FIFA student, Belgium student design something with the context of Belgium. When it is put in Indonesian context, it is not easy. For example, wheelchair. Apa ini wheelchair? Kursi roda. Kursi roda ketika jalannya mulus, Bapak Ibu, no problem. Nah, kursi roda dicoba di desa-desa yang jalannya geronjalan, ya nggak bisa jalan, Bapak Ibu. So the context of the village, for example, what happened with this program? We use 360-degree camera. We team Indonesian student with Belgium student. We visited the patient home. We show with the 360 degrees camera the situation, the elevation of the street, and then, for example, the person that we visited has no feet because of accident, and we try to help them. And then look at this situation, how we can help them in context. So for Belgium student, it is something completely new because they always think using their own perspective that helping people is A, B, C, D, something like that. But we face different situation, we have to think differently. So this program happened 2021 during the pandemics, and this is another program. We work with Heriot Watt University UK in a project named Blue Energy and Blue Economy. Bapak Ibu, it is very interesting because this project done online and on-site. So, kita buat kelas online, ilmunya di-deliver, ilmunya diberikan, diskusi dilakukan, kemudian again team up, defining problem, mahasiswa datang, dibawa ke lokasi, betul-betul merancang blue technology from the scratch. So it is also another thing Pak Mujo mentioned, should we teach, join with other university, for example overseas, in terms of basic science, basic knowledge, or something that applied. In this example, actually I bring the applied one because I'm not the expert in basic, right? So this is real implementation, application, and problem solving. Another one, for example, we have global project-based learning. Ini yang menarik Bapak Ibu, ITS, SIT Jepang, dan IHI. IHI itu perusahaan multinasional, dunia, worldwide company. Dia punya kantor di Jepang, di Tokyo, dia punya kantor di Kuala Lumpur, punya kantor di Singapura, punya kantor di Bangkok, punya kantor di mana-mana, termasuk di Jakarta. Nah, problemnya itu diberikan oleh IHI. Jadi problemnya dari mereka dikerjakan bareng-bareng antara anak-anak Indonesia dan anak-anak Jepang, dan kemudian dikomen oleh teman-teman dari perusahaan. Dikomen, oh ini kurang tajam, oh ini kurang ini, dan seterusnya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, masih ada lagi satu, 360 degree camera that I mentioned before. This is a context of urban planning, the context of urban planning. By using all of those, Bapak Ibu sekalian, we figure out that actually joint international program will bring a lot of benefit for lecturer, for student from each country, a lot of benefit. But we also have challenges. Apa nih Bapak Ibu challenge-nya? Nah, yang pertama, saya ini kan bukan background pendidikan, saya bukan background education. Maaf kalau boleh sharing jujur, by feeling. Jadi saya itu belajar, membaca, mencari, tetapi saya nggak punya ilmu pendidikannya. Nah, karena itu Bapak Ibu, mungkin nantinya kalau ide bahwasanya CALOHEA ini akan jadi seperti Erasmus, mungkin kita butuh nih core skill apa yang bisa di-develop dengan orang berputar-putar ke banyak tempat itu. Core skill apa yang ditargetkan untuk di-improve. Mana yang bisa dilakukan in-house, mana yang bisa dilakukan dengan berputar-putar itu. Kemudian yang berikutnya, we still don't have assessment instrument to know the level of skill prior to the program. And when we invite participants from overseas, we also don't have opportunity to assess the prior core skill that they own and whether the program actually increase the core skill that they have. Kalau nantinya akan jadi sesuatu yang lebih sustainable, maka Kurikulum yang berseri harus di-develop, kemudian generic strategy. Why generic strategy? If we develop through this program, Bapak Ibu, language is a requirement. While not everyone can speak English well, right? Tetapi Bapak Ibu yang mesti ditingkatkan harkatnya itu kan semua mahasiswa. Misalnya ITS punya 25.000 mahasiswa, yang bisa join ini berapa sih? Let's say lah 10%, 2.500. Nah terus yang 22.500 bagaimana? Mereka tidak akan mendapatkan sentuhan, padahal core skill yang diharapkan sama. Okay, so we have to think about generic method to reach more students, to involve more students. Imagine we have 20,000 students. How many students have good English and can participate in such kind of program? How about the rest? Bapak Ibu, kita nggak bisa cuma bilang we cannot just say ITS hebat, semuanya juara, banyak juara. Kalau kita hitung berapa juara? 200, 2.000 let's say. Nah yang lainnya bagaimana? Education is responsible for educate all, inclusive education. Education for all, not only education for clever student, not only education for student who can speak English well, not only education for student who can afford to go overseas, no, education for all. So this is a real challenge. Bapak Ibu sekalian, inviting a lot of case studies. We need to write more case studies that can be used in the classroom. So people, lecturer can use it instead of always start from the scratch, writing everything from the zero. We have to set up pooling of case study that can be used by others. Thank you so much, Bapak Ibu. I guess that's the end of my presentation. I have developed something like this, and then check the response of students, how they respond to the problem, and looking at each critical point, try to figure out how they can cope with all of this, still ongoing, but I believe what we prepare in ITS, this is our website, Bapak Ibu, please feel free to go to its.ac.id/international, going through ITS Goes Global, you can see a lot of opportunity for our students, and also a lot of opportunity for overseas students to work together with us. By saying so, I would like to invite all of you, if you like to join us, please do so. We welcome all of you. If we teach a student to learn by creating curiosity, we actually help them to enjoy learning for the whole their or his or her life. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Bu Maria, for the amazing presentation from internationalization point of view. And next to speak, I would like to call upon Associate Professor Dr. Eric Bibisono as the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Surabaya. You may have the floor now.
Thank you and very good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor to be here, and I thank the AUNQA Secretariat for inviting me. It's a pleasure to work for you again. Being the last presenter actually is an easy task because I can say that most of my talk have been covered by the previous presenters. So I'm requested to speak about the recognition in general, and I will share my experience, my institutional experience, and also my personal experience. So, in my mind, my understanding about recognition is we can divide the recognition based on these two clusters. The first one is a degree recognition. It can be from the same level, so we accept students coming from his or her previous study in somewhere else, but maybe he has to follow his parents to Surabaya now, and then he comes to your university, and then you have to recognize all the courses that have been taken by these particular students. So basically you recognize the course, but it's toward the completion of a degree. And different level means maybe from a diploma 3 So that student has studied for 3 years. Now he wants to finish for 1 more or 2 more years to get a bachelor degree. I will come back to this topic about degree recognition later, but I would like to talk more about the course recognition. And of course, I will have to mention about the MBKM, the Campus of Freedom initiative from our government that has been mentioned by Dr. Umboro and also Dr. Pujo as well. Okay, so by course recognition, we will be talking about the semester exchange and internship. I would like to begin with the story. So I've been an assessor with AUNQA since 2017. So I travel across ASEAN regions, visiting universities, and this is even before MBKM. I saw some of the curriculums. This is taken from one of the universities that I assessed. This is from one Vietnamese university. I would like you to pay attention to the corner here, the upper right corner, where it says that to complete this curriculum, you can do 2 tracks. The first track is 7 credits for a graduation thesis. So basically it's a research-oriented activity. And the other track is 7 credits to take more courses, sort of like elective courses, right? So 2 credits, 2 credits, 2 credits, or 3 credits. Okay, so by this mechanism, actually the idea is to allow students to select a track that is more suitable for them. We have to remember that according to our qualification framework, level 6 for a bachelor degree, actually the main skill is to solve problems, not to conduct research. But we may want to give some opportunity for better students who have a better skills in research. Part of the research is also to solve problems, but it's not to solve problems from observing the situation in the workplace. So I've seen this, and I was happy looking at this, and I thought maybe this can be applied also in my faculty, my faculty of engineering. So when I got elected as the dean in 2019, so I proposed this idea to the study programs, to the head of study programs. Unfortunately, by that time, the curriculum 2020 have been finalized. So it's just waiting to be legalized. So I told myself that, okay, I don't want to be a difficult person just being a new guy in the office, and maybe I have to wait for another 5 years to revisit the curriculum, and have the idea also to add more hours for internship. At that time, the internship is only 2 hours. So 2 hours is equivalent to 2 weeks outside. And 2 weeks outside means nothing. The students will not get anything. You know, it's just like a formal introduction, say hello in the first week and then say goodbye in the second week. The companies will not get anything as well. In fact, they will feel bothered by all this administration of accepting students. So it's more like just for fulfilling administration, that the part of the curriculum for 2 credits is internship, but actually it's a very low or almost no value added in the process. So that's the initial situation. When I look at this curriculum here, I want to have this idea of to add more hours in the internship. But the timing was not perfect, so I have to be satisfied with the curriculum 2020, which more or less still the same with the previous curriculum. But then MBKM came in 2020. So if you look at this curriculum, it means that maybe you have seen this cartoon before, some time ago. We have to appreciate if our students have a different interest. We need to formulate the learning outcomes based on the minimum standard, minimum requirement. when I want to, when I have the idea to add more hours for internship, usually those who oppose the idea are the ones who say that if you do this, then the learning outcomes of the students will not be the same. Because some of them will have a 10 hours doing internship, working in the company, but the other one 10 hours doing research. So the learning outcomes, the achievement will not be the same. But for me, it depends on how you formulate your learning outcomes. If you formulate your learning outcomes research, then of course internship is not part of the research. But the question is, let's go back to what I mentioned earlier, our qualification framework. Is research really the ultimate point in your curriculum? Because level 6 requires a problem solving. So you can give the opportunity for the better students to do research, but for the common students, you need to figure out something else. So this is the cartoon is about to say this. Okay, so in 2020, I think it was early February when MBKM was launched, and for all of you who are from Indonesia, you are already aware of this, but this is we need also to share to our friends from ASEAN that MBKM is basically this. So we have to provide opportunities. It means that if the students do not want to exercise their rights, it's okay. We have to still conduct classes meetings, but we have to provide these 3 semesters. Each semester equivalent to 20 credits. So the first part is 1 semester equivalent to 20 credits for other courses beyond the student's major at home university, and 2 semesters outside, equivalent to 40 credits. We were fortunate that time because during that time the university also thought this way. Okay, so we have this new initiative from the government, MBKM. Let's do this at all together. So my university, University of Surabaya, the vice rector for academics says that let's have all the curriculum of all study programs be revised by including these 3. So these 3 types of literacies we consider are quite important. You can think of other online courses like Coursera, Udemy, or else, Khan Academy. Some people argue that this is the future of education. People can learn from these online courses, but we have to be very careful. When you go there, you basically only learn the skills, the basic skills required for work. But for the character development, you still get it from the university. So that's why we developed these courses for literacy for human, literacy for language, for communicating. It's not just English, but also to improve the bahasa. And not just about how to speak, how to prevent yourself from being caught or from being accused of doing a plagiarism, for example. This is a language literacy. And also the digital literacy. Digital literacy in our context means not just how to use your gadget properly, but for example, how to differentiate between the fake news and the right news. This is also part of literacy in the digital world that we need to have our students to be exposed to. Okay, and the 8 types of MBKM, maybe most of you already familiar with this. So students can do an exchange, internship, school teaching, research, humanitarian project, entrepreneurship, independent study project, and rural development. Most of the time, students choose the first and the second one, student exchange and internship. Some of them maybe do a research, and for school teaching, in my case, is only for students at the Faculty of Psychology. Humanitarian, not so many students like this one. So you can see that for student exchange, maybe it's easier to recognize the learning outcomes, for internship as well. But for humanitarian project, for example, maybe somewhat difficult. But I mean, not all of the activities are the student has, what I'm going to say, students have preference to only a few of these activities. Not all of them are selected. Okay, so now, because of the difficulties, because of the varieties in activities, there are types of recognition in MBKM. The first one is the free-form recognition. So for example, for humanitarian project, if students from engineering, they go outside for 1 semester and they do humanitarian project, maybe just a very little related to engineering. But they can be acknowledged, the courses can be recognized using the first form. It's a free-form recognition. So whatever they have done outside for 1 semester, for example, can be added on top of the minimum credit requirement. So if they finish 144 for their curriculum, they will get later 164. Of course, the question is whether or not the students are willing to do that. Well, depends on what kind of activities. If the activities is interesting for them, they are willing to do that. They are willing to extend, to lengthen their study period for even 1 or 2 semesters. There are flagship programs from the government, for example, like ISMA, Indonesian International Student Mobility Awards. It's a student exchange with overseas university. They are willing to lengthen 1 semester if they get this opportunity to go abroad. Okay. Now the second one is the structured form. So equivalent credit hours be recognized within the requirement in the curriculum. So if they do internship for 1 semester full without adding courses in the campus, so it means their activities is equivalent to 20 credits. It must be recognized fully in the curriculum structure. This is the most difficult one because of the some of the issues mentioned by Pak Pujo as well. What if the courses have been taken earlier and only remaining courses that are still not taken and so on and so forth. The hybrid form is a mix of both. Okay, I'll give you some example to highlight, to explain more about about the 2 forms of recognition. The structured form, for example, a student is doing internship in a manufacturing company. Okay, so during his internship, he assisted the production planning department. So he's working only in the production planning department. He only learned about how to plan the production, how to plan the sourcing of materials, how to conduct the quality control implementation, and so on. So his learning scope is in the production department. If the students have not taken these courses, then when the students finish his internship, we can say that, okay, your activities can be transferred to the courses of production planning, inventory management, quality control, and so on. The case like this is very rare because as Dr. Pujo mentioned, you need to be old enough to go out, cannot be too young. So they go out in the semester 6 when they have done maybe partially of these courses. So the recognition can only be to some of the courses. Then you will have to use a hybrid form. And this incited debate, I think 2 years ago, when the minister was not satisfied with the process. I think the idea of MBKM is basically structured form. Give the students an opportunity to go outside, and then when he comes back, acknowledge everything into the requirement 144. If you still have to use a structured form, it means that there's another extra hours for the students beyond the requirement in the curriculum. But as I mentioned, the good thing about the environment created by the government is they created a flagship programs. So students are happy to join the Bangkit program. For example, Bangkit is a flagship MBKM program from the ministry where students are trained by the leading startup companies, Gojek, Tokopedia, what else? And they are happy to do that because they are being trained by the professionals, the top tier professionals, and also Students Mobility Awards. For semester exchange, we have this, in my university we have this, we joined this network called a Nationwide University Network in Indonesia. So among these universities, we can accept students coming in and we can allow students to go out to the network. And of course, not just a formal exchange like in the uni network. Sometimes we receive also the students from overseas, and this is my class when we receive students from, I think they were from Denmark, Germany, sometimes also from France. And it's interesting, although sometimes you get surprises, because I remember in one of my classes, the German student, he put his foot on the on the desk. I wasn't sure how to approach. I thought, do you do this in your home country? But anyway, this is a cultural issue. Okay, so trying to wrap up, what are the benefits of MBKM? It's an experiential intensification. Dr. Maria mentioned this. I believe in the theory of 10,000 hours. So if you read the book from Gladwell, Outliers, he proposed the theory that even if you are talented, but if you don't exercise your talent, you will be beaten by those who are not talented. But someone who do the work many times, in many hours. So the saying goes like hustle with talent when the talent doesn't hustle. So rather than giving the students so many courses, but in each courses you deliver so many topics, each topic mention only one in one meeting. What about we intensify through a practical experience? So let the students go outside, and when they do a production planning, they do that day in and day out. Today I do the production planning, tomorrow I do production planning, and the day after tomorrow I still do the production planning. This is the way we can really train the students to do well. We add hours and of learning experience to them, rather than giving a lot of topics. Okay, and soft skills development also mentioned earlier by the other presenters, and also early induction to the company. When they are happy with the performance of the students, it will not take long for them to accept the students once the students graduate. Classroom diversity, I mentioned about the cultural things, class efficiency, more hours for research by faculty staff, because now you have more students going out, so you can do more, you can use the remaining hours for research. Okay, for degree recognition, if you are not aware of a Sierra platform, everything will have to be reported to this platform. If you can, I think I can send my PowerPoint. I put all the links for all the resources that I mentioned here. You can check it later. Okay, maybe a final point. How difficult it is to recognize learning outcomes. I think it will remain difficult forever if we are still doing things the old way. By old way, I mean we normally measure the grades. Our information system still like this. This is what I shared, Maria. Actually, after I discussed with you, I added this to my PowerPoint. We are still measuring the grades. But then you ask, are you doing outcome-based education? Yes, we are doing outcome-based education. Even if we are measuring the grades, we have the mapping. In practicality, in my experience when I assess university, the mapping is only like an exercise putting tick marks every here and there. So course A to learning outcome, maybe this is related, then put tick. It's not, it cannot be justified. What we want is also the exact measurement of learning outcomes. If you don't have your information system capable of doing this, then you are still doing the old way. You are still doing the old way. You are still doing topic-based education. Okay, so to conclude, just some ideas. Recognition requires willingness to recognize. We really want whoever in charge in the curriculum to be more have a big heart to understand that okay, maybe we have to leave this to the outside world. Let them teach our students. I get just a few days ago, I get some of my colleagues. She said that maybe for this course, we are discussing for this course with the association. This course cannot be recognized from internship. This one has to be taught in the universities. And I went like this is like being arrogant in the sense that you think you are the best person to teach this subject. If you don't have the willingness to let the students go outside and learn from the outside, then all this thing about the outcome-based education and recognition really will not take any place. Promote the use of information system, I mentioned about this, and information sharing like this is very important because maybe we have, to be honest, I have not heard about CALOHEA before I got invited, okay? Okay, so I think that's all from me, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eric, for the presentation. And now we will have a discussion session. So all the speakers are invited to go to the chairs up front. It's either those two chairs and then two chairs in here to answer some of the questions by the participants. Okay, can committee please help to bring the chair together in the middle? All right, now we will start the discussion session. So for participants who are willing to ask something, you can just raise your hand, or participants on Zoom, you can simply type your questions on the chat box. Starting from participants on site, is there any question? All right,
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Rina. I'm from Hasanuddin University, Faculty of Medicine. Mungkin saya bicaranya campur-campur aja ya, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Jadi karena saya dari Fakultas Kedokteran, yang menjadi masalah adalah bagaimanakah menimbulkan empati. Karena kami mengajarkan, kami akan menghasilkan seorang dokter yang akan dealing with the patient, with human. Not only we have to give them knowledge and also skills, but also to increase humanity, empathy, seperti itu. Challenge-nya adalah pada saat ini dengan kemajuan teknologi, semua betul sekali itu ada chat dan sebagainya. Sudah banyak sekali bahkan sekarang pun sudah dengan adanya learning by digital learning, jadi mereka lebih banyak memakai atlas, memakai digital seperti itu. Beda dengan zaman saya waktu dulu masih sangat memakai alat-alat yang konvensional ya. contoh yang paling yang paling terlihat adalah belajar anatomi manusia. Itu sudah lebih banyak memakai digital atau e-learning. Bayangkan seorang dokter, apalagi pada saat pandemi ya, mahasiswa tidak masuk ke laboratorium, sehingga mereka belajar anatomi itu tidak memakai kadaver, jadi kadaverless. Bagaimana mau menjadi dokter tanpa pernah melihat mayat atau berbentuk kadaver, belajar anatomi di situ. Jadi hanya belajar memakai manekin, kemudian dengan atlas-atlas digital seperti itu. Jadi itu challenge di bidang medicine. Kemudian juga yang akhirnya kami membuat beberapa program yang menumbuhkan rasa empati atau rasa dekat dengan pasien atau dengan manusia lain dengan ada program 1000 hari kehidupan, dan ini masuk dalam program kementerian. Kami masuk jadi mahasiswa mulai dari masuk semester pertama mempunyai orang tua keluarga binaan family, jadi mereka akan mengikuti pasien ini, yaitu ibu hamil sampai 1000 hari, mulai dari kehamilan sampai usia anak itu sampai 1000 hari. Itu mereka setiap bulan datang, kemudian memberikan bantuan dan berkomunikasi, merujuk ke puskesmas misalnya, seperti itu. Itu yang pertama. Jadi challenge zaman sekarang dengan kemajuan digital dan sebagainya, pola pikir yang konvensional, karena kita masih tetap juga memerlukan yang non digital, itu challenge-nya. Berikutnya lagi kepada Ibu Maria ya. Jadi saya ingin membicarakan mengenai international. Kebetulan di fakultas kami ada khusus Vice Dean of International Affairs di Hasanuddin University. Itu yang ininya adalah lebih mudah kita mendatangkan inbound student dari luar negeri untuk belajar short course atau segala macam. Bahkan sudah kami buatkan modul-modul. Biasanya kalau student-student dari Erasmus atau Leiden, mereka lebih mau belajar khusus, kami berikan modul TBC atau modul cacing yang sudah tidak ada di Eropa ya, penyakit cacing seperti itu. Tapi yang paling sulit adalah mengirim keluar, karena mereka akan kehilangan mata kuliah di kedokteran. Jadi kedokteran tidak masuk seminggu aja, itu sudah nggak bisa ujian kan, absennya kurang dan sebagainya, dan mereka harus mengambil tahun depannya lagi, sehingga akan terjadi perpanjangan masa studi. Jadi itu challenge-nya kira-kira seperti apa ya kalau di ITS yang banyak mungkin mengirim keluar studentnya, apalagi dalam proyek ini sekarang ada ISMA. Yang mendaftar juga sudah kami cari ya, ISMA bahkan dibuatkan sendiri pelatihan-pelatihan untuk ISMA. Yang mendaftar hanya 5 orang, karena ISMA itu ada programnya 6 bulan di luar negeri, dan mereka tidak mau kehilangan 1 semester. Mereka mau cepat-cepat jadi dokter, kemudian langsung kerja ya untuk mencari uang. Jadi challenge-nya seperti itu. Bagaimana pengalaman Bapak Ibu di universitas lain? Terima kasih.
So maybe a bit of a translation. So the first question is how to raise empathy and sense of humanity among students when they are mostly using a lot of digital learning platform now instead of practical skills. And then how was the experience in terms of internationalization when ITS tried to send their students abroad? What are the challenges? Maybe starting from Pak Pujo to start answering the first question.
Oke, saya gunakan bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi dari sisi mahasiswa belajar, kita tidak boleh melarang. Ya, tools yang ada di dunia ini harus kita manfaatkan yang sebaik-baiknya. Mereka belajar, menggali ilmu, tambah pinter. Itu yang kita harapkan sebetulnya. Teknologi 3D sekarang sudah mulai, anatomi sudah bisa melihat menggunakan 3D virtual ya. Virtual untuk melihat semua otot dan lain sebagainya bisa dilihat. Sudah mulai dikembangkan dan itu luar biasa. Cuman yang menjadi triggering ini adalah AI yang sekarang masih chat. Ya. sudah mulai bergerak ke picture, sudah mulai. Nanti tantangannya di kedokteran adalah AI itu sudah gabung dengan robot. Kita tahu IR 4.0 sebelum COVID muncul. COVID muncul, kecepatannya 2-10 kali lipat. Robot-robot bermunculan semua. Bantu di rumah sakit dan lain sebagainya. Ini kejadian yang serba terjadi cepat dan kita nggak antisipasi. Jadi tetap yang namanya sentuhan dari human ini perlu. Anak saya SMP kelas 3. Kemarin beli buku yang terkait first aid dari British. Ya. Waktu dia baca buku itu, saya selalu aware tentang sesuatu yang di sekitar saya. Dia mengatakan begini, tapi untuk aturan di Inggris, orang kalau mau berhubungan dengan pasien, dia minta izin dulu. Apakah Anda lebih baik duduk atau bagaimana? Karena kalau duduk lebih enak. Apakah Anda bersedia? Anda akan mengalami seperti ini, jadi saya akan melakukan seperti ini. Sangat sopan sekali. Ya. Dan itu kalau dokter-dokter seperti itu menyenangkan hati, saya bilang. Pasiennya juga nggak langsung kaget di treatment begitu atau bagaimana, tapi ada izin, minta izin dari pasiennya. Saya setuju Bu, tadi Ibu sudah menyampaikan bahwa koneksi dengan human tadi, ya kita tidak tahu berapa cepat itu robot dengan AI gabung, tapi yang pasti robot AI belum sampai menyentuh skill. Dia akan menyentuh skill kalau robot sudah muncul. Ya tantangan buat kita semua. Di kedokteran juga kemarin sudah dapat warning Bu. Kedokteran itu terancam oleh ini, si AI ini. Jadi kita tetap harus mempertahankan kedokteran kan bukan karena kita mau tetap kerja, bukan. Tapi kita masih memerlukan human saat ini. Dari sisi sentuhan-sentuhan tadi, yang robot sementara belum bisa. Jadi itu saya rasa bagian yang bisa dikembangkan terus, diingatkan terus, bahkan saya takut kalau kedokteran sekarang hanya berpikir, karena kemarin sempat ada pembahasan yang saya dengar, yang penting mari Pak. Jadi dokternya model kayak apapun tidak penting, yang penting mari. Saya nggak setuju dengan itu. Loh bagaimana? Yang penting sembuh. Prosesnya tadi kan kita jadi terikat kalau ada dokter baik, dokternya senyum aja kita sudah sembuh Bu. Betul ya? Ada unsur percaya gitu kan. Dokternya ngomong sedikit, senyum sedikit langsung wis mari. Panasnya langsung siret. Nah itu masih perlu. Robot belum bisa. Jadi kita harus mengembangkan itu. Saya rasa kata kuncinya adalah skill. Kalau kita sekarang diserang AI, kita harus more to be able to improve our skill. Memang mirip loh, skill kan vokasi gitu. Kalau engineering skill kan vokasi, nggak bisa sekarang. Anda habis kalau dengan AI. Kalau cuma ada nulis ini jawabannya begini, habis. Kita harus bisa mengerjakan ya secara skill tadi. Itu menurut saya.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Mungkin ada tambahan?
Ya, tambahan mengenai teknologi tadi, karena di tempat kami juga kami mencoba mengembangkan itu menggunakan teknologi, malah dicari sama dokter-dokternya ini. Sebetulnya kalau menurut saya, yang penting itu kan teknologi itu membantu meningkatkan efisiensi, tapi bukan menggantikan. Jadi artinya ya mungkin tetap perlu kadaver sekali, 2 kali gitu ya, tapi larger portion mungkin belajarnya bisa dengan dibantu menggunakan AI. Jadi kebutuhan kadavernya bisa berkurang. Artinya kita menempatkan teknologi dalam konteks itu membantu bukan menggantikan. Kemudian kalau pertanyaan pertama tadi mengenai mengajarkan empati ya, ada beberapa, bukan menurut saya ya, menurut ini saya share aja. Jadi bisa dengan modeling ya. Tentu orang itu belajar pengembangan karakter lewat dari melihat ya. Pengembangan karakter itu kan tidak bisa diajari dengan menulis buku, menteorikan karakter seperti apa. Ya mahasiswa akan lihat dosennya seperti apa. Dosennya berempati enggak ketika mengajar mahasiswanya gitu ya. Kemudian simulasi gitu ya, misalkan dengan role playing, reflective thinking, kalau sudah menghadapi satu kasus ini kemudian merefleksikan bagaimana, dan terakhir community practice. Mungkin itu beberapa kalau menurut ChatGPT Bu.
Baik, mungkin ada tambahan? Atau jawaban atas pertanyaan kedua? Baik, Bu Maria akan menjawab pertanyaan kedua.
Terima kasih Ibu untuk pertanyaannya. Nanti sebetulnya setelah sesi ini akan ada paparan dari Bu Oin. Bu Oin itu adalah senior manager untuk mobilitas yang ada di ITS. Nah, beliau nanti akan bercerita Ibu tentang konversi mata kuliah dan sebagainya. Tetapi memang Ibu ini kontekstual sekali. Very kontekstual. Kalau di tempat Ibu kedokteran, begitu mereka keluar negeri mungkin penyakitnya beda gitu ya Bu ya. Karena penyakit tropical dengan penyakit di negara maju beda. Orangnya pun beda. Secara fisik Indonesian punya feature yang berbeda dengan misalnya saja pergi ke Eropa gitu. Sehingga memang internasionalisasi harus dimaknai secara kontekstual. Kalau kiranya itu tidak dimungkinkan Ibu, internationalization at home itu menurut saya lebih menjawab. Kalau untuk kedokteran Ibu, kita tidak bisa memaksakan. For example, when we talk about international healthcare project, and then we think about sending our student overseas, because we are technological university, maka we can adapt. However, the implementation in Indonesian context will be very much different. Jadi memang tidak bisa disamaratakan untuk internasionalisasi karena harus betul-betul kontekstual. Tapi nanti detailnya ada di Bu Oin, Bu. Terima kasih.
Baik. Bapak Lumboro will add
Baik,
something.
saya tambahkan untuk pengalaman di ITS. Tapi mungkin kami lebih mudah karena engineering ya. Kami selalu bekerja sama dengan DKG. Jadi biasanya dari Bu Maria itu menawarkan program. Ini ada program exchange misalkan ke luar negeri. Jadi proses alih kreditnya itu di departemen atau di prodi. Jadi Bu Maria yang menawarkan ini program, ketentuan dan sebagainya sebagai informasi kepada departemen. Jadi kami yang mengolah itu. Jadi sebelum mahasiswa mengikuti program tersebut, di departemen ada learning agreement. Jadi mereka mau mengambil mata kuliah apa di sana, nanti kami alihkan ke mata kuliah di ITS itu apa, berapa SKS dan sebagainya. Berdasarkan melihat dari capaian pembelajarannya. Jadi seperti itu. Memang lebih mudah kami di teknik karena di setiap semester itu bisa diambil. Ada beberapa mata kuliah yang memang bisa ditransfer ke mata kuliah inti, tetapi ada juga yang harus mata kuliah pilihan atau mata kuliah yang lain, misalkan seperti itu. Nah, itu prosesnya ada di prodi. Nah, setelah learning agreement-nya disepakati, ditandatangani di pihak departemen di sini maupun di mitra, nanti prosesnya kembali ke DKG untuk keberangkatan atau untuk proses exchange atau joint degree seperti itu. Nah, di departemen sendiri sudah punya aturan apa saja misalkan kegiatan yang bisa dialih kreditkan. Jadi dari kurikulum itu kalau di sipil kita sudah belajar tentang MBKM itu, maka mata kuliah yang bisa dialih kreditkan ke MBKM misalkan atau ke luar negeri kita letakkan di semester 6 dan 7. Bukan di semester awal karena di semester awal mereka belum bisa untuk mobilitas student seperti itu. Jadi banyak perubahan yang kita lakukan dan itu selalu bekerja sama dengan kalau luar negeri dengan DKG, tapi kalau dalam negeri ada LO MBKM sendiri ya. Kita juga punya LO internasional di departemen.
Alright, apakah sudah menjawab Bu? Alright, due to time constraints, we cannot contain more questions. So that's the end of the session. So please give a round of applause to our speakers. Okay, now speakers are allowed to go back to their seat. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation and the discussion, even though the discussion has to be cut very short. All right, for now, we will have a coffee break for 15 minutes. And like before, you are allowed to relax on your seat, or you can go to the restrooms, or you can enjoy the beverages and food that we has already provided in the back. And if you have any requirements, please do not hesitate to ask the committees and they will assist you. Thank you so much, and please be back before 15. Thank you. Good afternoon to all participants. I would like to announce, please go back to your seat because we will start another session very soon. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay. I hope everyone already have enough break, even though it was very short. We know. But yeah, you can still relax on your seat while listening to the next session because we will have another knowledge sharing session. But the topic will be the overview of recognition mechanism in civil engineering field, and it will be presented by our speaker, Mr. Virakhan from Institute of Technology Cambodia. To Mr. Virakhan, the time and place to do the presentation is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So today I have great honor to share the knowledge that I gained during the project CALOHEA. And first of all, I would like to thank you, the CALOHEA team and also AUN senior team for leading the projects. So I'm from a civil engineering space subject area. So in the subject area, we have a team from 14 universities in Asia. We have me from Institut Teknologi Cambodia, from Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, University Pendidikan Indonesia, and other universities as you can see from Vietnam and also from Philippines and from Laos, from Thailand. So this, sorry. Okay, sorry. So as you can see all. Okay, all the team on the photo. Okay. So to give you the overview of all the work that the team have been doing, the deliverable of the project is three main deliverable that are focused on the three recognition. First recognition about the civil qualification framework. The second is workload, student workload, and the third is authentic assessment for the program learning outcome. So the qualification framework, we have set very long with the TASA project, and then in this project we also work for the qualification framework, and we have to many phases like validation of the framework. We update it, and also we do consultation, and now we have a draft final qualification framework, but we still do more consultation in the future. So for the student workload, we have do nice estimation, and also we have do a question survey from student and also from a teacher in order to know how the workload student are different from each institution in the project. So now we have I'll leave first a conclusion on the student workload, but we also still to work in the future until December 23. For authentic assessment, that is an important part of also the project for evaluating the learning outcome for students in civil engineering. So we have done a diagnostic question among teacher in the civil engineering, and we also made a plan, a clear plan, short-term and long-term plan for including associate assessment in the program of civil engineering. So I will show you the for the civil engineering qualification framework what we have done for the consultation. So these are the result of qualification framework. We finalize, and we will use this 4 dimension as the framework. And in this 4 dimension, we have a sub-dimension. And each dimension will be characterized by knowledge, skill, and responsibility. So for the dimension learning and development, we can describe it as a civil engineering graduate must have gone through the learning and developing process in the fundamental domains of mathematics and science, as well as the core civil engineering and complementary discipline to have with knowledge, skill, and ability to serve as a competent civil engineer. So for investigative toward solution, kind of a civil engineering graduate must have gone through a training that will develop his or her ability to be investigated towards solving complex situations to be faced as a civil engineer. This will be facilitated through an academic program that would enhance graduate problem identification and experimentation ability backed by sound data analytical skill, which will enable them to design solutions for complex systems using most appropriate tool and enabler. So for the serving the society, a civil engineer graduate must have gone through a training that will prepare them to be to make wise and correct decisions when practicing and delivering civil engineering products and services to the society. In serving the society, our action of a civil engineer must be guided by the needs of sustainability, delivered through sound management principle and vision, carried out ethically and in a professional manner. For the dimensionability and personality, in order for a civil engineer to be able to meet expectation, they must be given the right training for them to possess the appropriate character to make them function well in team, able to communicate effectively, and with the ability to be adaptive to future and global challenge. It's critical for a civil engineer to be self-motivated and disciplined for a lifelong acquisition of new knowledge and enhancement of existing knowledge and skill with the necessary adaptation and adaptation. So we use that all this framework, and we consult with student and employer. So with student, we ask them if about the dimension and knowledge and responsibility. So we have a reply from a few students. That's this one. The first one, they said that after graduating from the university, they get a job as a structural engineer, and they just know that what the teacher always push them to develop is valuable. So they are surprised only when they're at the job markets. some students they propose that the framework should be applied totally in the curriculum education. So from employer, we also got a bit feedback for the framework. As you can see here, they complain that students have not possess good soft skill. Mean like the maybe we like this one, something this serving society and this for right. So that what we got from the employer. Another employer of 12 years experience, they said when finished university, students don't know what they want to do really. So we need to coach them sometime after university. So after discussion among the team, our coordinator has we decide and we rephrase a lot. So we have final this framework for the learning and development. So we have sub dimension, and all the sub dimension has 3 attributes here: knowledge, skill, and responsibility. So this 1, 2, and this part is serving society and ability responsibility. So now I come to the student workload. So student workload is another also a parameter that we should know in order that we can transfer student between university. So student workload is defined as the time students spend in class under supervision. Students that do assignment, that they self learning, and also they do tests. So this table is sample of the universities in Malaysia. They use like guided learning, self-learning, continuous assessment like test, final exam. So make total. But for Malaysia, they use credit 40, but in my university different. I will also show later. So we studied that student workload. So as you can see here on the slide here, I take only the second semester of year 4, because in my country we engineer have to take a 5 year. So we have course lecture, and we have like a tutorial and practical work in lab or on site. So the credit for my country, we use 1 credit for if tutorial or practical work 32 hours is 1 credit, and if the lecture equal 1 credit 16. So this one credit, 1 credit, so it's 2. So you can see here the total hour for semester is 384. But if we consider this one is the contact hour as the hour that student meet the teacher. So for this contact hour, if we calculate to the student workload, including self-learning, test, and final exam, we found that the student workloads increase here, right? So this one is basing on student may spend around 10 hours for moderate student. We also interview a student for to know that how they perceive or how they spend for the course. So the reply of student for this semester, we found that actually this is the contact hour that they spend, but they do the self-learning on this hour. So when we do the summation, we found they work less than what we expected. We also interview academic the teacher who teach all the course. According to this table, as you can see, the number of total student workload is higher. I mean, the teacher wants students to work more in order to know all the subject here. So all the 14 universities did the same thing, and may not same thing, but we will produce the student workload and to compare together. So we found that the student workload that for semester is vary from 600 up to 18, but we have very little is 436 and 9 is very high, 940. But it may be according to the particularity of the university or the number of weeks in semester. So we found in the number of weeks for semester different from one university to another. So as I see here, we have 16, but other we have 14 or have 16 and have 15. USA you have until 18 weeks per semester. But in general, we found that it vary around approximately the same. So these differences we can allocate to this some reason like you can see students lack some seriousness when they answer the question. Not really. Yeah. And we do at the end of semester, so sometimes they forget the hour they spend in the class sometimes. And in the questionnaire that we assign, we don't have the weekly work, so we because sometimes in some week student work a lot, in some week work student work less. Yeah. Yeah, and teaching our subject also influence the result. And students sometimes they are interested for some course, but not by the other course. Yeah. And I think in my university or your university, sometimes we know that teacher also work with administration work. So sometimes it has influence of workload. Yeah. I go to the subject assessment. So this the last discussion about the workload that we did, and we still work again in future. Then. Authentic assessment is assessment that aim to assess student in its task that is similar to the real. So when we assess student in their work, it means that he can also work in the real career like what we assess. Yeah. We have did this diagnostic of authentic assessment among our academics. We ask questions about how familiar they are, and assessment that they do is close to what is authentic assessment, and why it's close. So we will get replies from them. And what do they think if authentic assessment can improve education system and how to improve it? In curriculum, we do not have the kind of directly say authentic assessment, but when we ask our academics in the department, some say, of course, they didn't know, but they used to apply actually. Yeah. So authentic assessment is very new to teacher, some teacher. they used to apply social medicine in kind of midterm and training. And they think that the kind of assessment can provide actual information related to student learning ability. Because we have some subject that when we evaluate student with high score, but in practice they cannot do. So it means that assessment is not very authentic. Yeah. So some say they are familiar, but about it and can explain also about the authentic assessment. So you may ask why some teachers say they already applied, because we let the teacher to do the test in their own way in order to assess student competency. So he done assessment that is similar to assessment as assessment in laboratory report. So in civil engineering, we do many reports like we do soil exploration test, we do compaction of pavement base of the road, and we do strength testing, something like that. So when students go to the career site, they can also manipulate when they work in a lab. So some say they can do because they have site visit. We have construction technology that we do site visit and do report for the work that they visited. After the diagnostic that we found, some already apply, so we think it's feasible to apply in the curriculum, and we did the planning of implementing authentic assessment in a course level and also in the program level, and we have proposed the planning for short-term and long-term, as you can see here. So we will create a concept board. We will identify courses where authentic assessment can be introduced, design authentic assessment, and then we select PLO that we can assign authentic assessment for it. So for long term, we also will create a called industry linkage board. We will pilot authentic assessment in the course that we think that is good for authentic assessment. We will revise the task in the piloting experience, so we upgrade the task too, and then we planning how assessment tasks can be introduced to other courses in the program. And so we will obtain the stakeholder, and then we monitoring do a monitoring report for the authentic assessment. So it's all what I can share you about the three recognition mechanism. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the speech. Now we will accommodate some questions since we still have some time left. Is there anyone who would like to ask something related to this? And the participants in Zoom meeting are also allowed to make a question. Please just send it through the chat box. Okay. The committee is ready giving.
Thank you. My name is Ahmad Bakri. I'm from Hasanuddin University. My question is, I'm also civil engineering. Yeah, I saw in your presentation there are courses. Yeah, I think we, in our work, we haven't decided which courses represent which dimension. Only dimension and sub-dimension, and no courses were decided. My question is, in developing the courses, did you, the university also consider the accreditation, like, for instance, from ABET, or here in Indonesia we have EIB. They have this requirement that this course should be some credit hour, and some courses should be there, and that was actually those courses are from the engineering association, right? So we cannot just making courses and without considering the association, like in America, like American Society of Civil Engineering. They have this definition of body of knowledge. Here in Indonesia, we have PII, Persatuan Engineering Association of Indonesian. They have this requirement. So I don't know how we be considering in developing the curriculum without mentioning that there are also requirements from other institutions like accreditation board like this. So how in your country do that? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, what we are doing is dimension, sub-dimension in my country also did not apply yet. So we have, of course, as you said, we have a accreditation body in each country. We have to follow like program learning outcome that is imposed by the accreditation board. So I have to prepare the curriculum in accordance with that. But for dimension, if we want to fit it, we can do a mapping the sub-dimension or dimension it cover in which program learning outcome we also can do. But I think this program we will apply in the future or not. If maybe I I expect the answer from Maria. Okay.
Is that already answering the question? Is that enough, or do you have a follow-up question? All right.
Yeah, we can map what is the outcome of the accreditation board be in your country with the dimension, sub-dimension.
All right. We are still open for more question. One more question. Is there anyone who would like to ask? Is there any in the Zoom meeting? Yeah. All right. All right. Seeing none of the question, we would like to close this session, and thank you so much to Mr. Vira Khan for the amazing presentation. All right. Moving on to the next session, we will have another policy dialogue or open session where the topic will be challenge of student mobility or degree recognition or internationalization, where we will discuss prospects and challenges from the views of academic staff, student, and employers. For this, we will have 4 speakers.
First is from employer. We have Mr. Ignatius Hari Sumartono as Engineering Manager of PT Wijaya Karya Beton Tbk. And then we also have our academic staff from the staff of International Office ITS, Dr. Oktavianti Dwi Wahyurini, PhD. And also we have two students that will be our representative here. We have Bernadetta Eli dan Firmansyah from Department of Civil Engineering ITS. To all speakers that I have mentioned, you may come and sit in the front row. Okay, thank you so much. And the first person to do the presentation is from student point of view. So we would like to call upon Bernadetta Eli, or Mbak Brenda, as the first speaker. The time and place is yours.
Good evening, everyone, esteemed guests, respected lecturer, and my fellow friends. My name is Bernadetta Eli. I'm final student in civil engineering in ITS, and I would like to share my experience to study in University of Groningen, Netherlands. First, I got this change by the scholarship from ISMA, Indonesia International Student Mobility Award. I studied in Groningen for 5.5 months, and I would like to say it was a very lovely experience in there. And I study in Groningen, different from what I study in here. I study economy, business, laws, and business management, and I didn't study engineering at all. This is one of the photo is in front of the exam hall. It's Aleta Jacobs Hall. We usually have exam in here, and yeah, it's kind of giving me a bad memory. And also, I want to share that in the University of Groningen, we love to do excursion. This is one of the excursion to the Volendam in Netherlands. This is the course of water management, and this is when we study around the University of Groningen. As you can see, it is very big and very peaceful, and yeah. And this is the time when we visit the KBRI in Netherlands. Yeah, this is one of the few moments in my study in the University of Groningen. So yeah, after 5.5 months, I would like to say my experience in the University of Groningen is very helpful and very impactful for me. It's really widened my knowledge and widened my insight, and I really love to come back in Netherlands, especially to continue my study in master. Maybe that's all for me, and yeah, I would like to give my friend Firman to continue about his experience in the internship of Magang Merdeka.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernadetta, for a wonderful presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Firmansyah Muhammad. You may call me Firman, and I'm currently a final year civil engineering civil engineering student at Sepuluh November Institute of Technology. And on this occasion, please allow me to tell you a bit of my point of view about my experience in doing an exchange at German and an intern at Grab, one of the Southeast Asia largest tech companies. So beforehand, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Firman Shah Muhammad, and as I have previously mentioned, I'm currently a civil engineering student, but prior experience, I have done many internships in many companies, both in civil engineering and outside of civil engineering industries. So and they're also one of my achievement and organizational experience. Now, for today's agenda, there are two main discussions that I would like to discuss with all of you in here. So first, I would like to tell you about my adventure at Darmstadt University of Applied Science, and second, my learning at PT Grab Technology Indonesia. So moving on to the first topic, which is my learning experience at Darmstadt University of Applied Science. So in this occasion, this is a different program with Bernadetta's programs. This is not an ISMA scholarship. This is actually one of the program of collaboration provided by ITS Global Engagement with a foreign university in Germany. And I'm able to conduct student exchange for 3 weeks, where I mostly learn about sustainable supply chains, also different from my current major. So in this occasion that I'm able to get exposed to professional for multinational companies, but in addition to that, I'm able to learn culture and also present Indonesia in an international scale. As you can see on the screen, I am able to learn German in German classes provided with the native teachers and also with native students. But in addition to that, I'm also able to represent Indonesia, its cultures, and also the technologies and also the diversity that we have. And for example, in German class, I am able to speak German quite fluently as a beginner. And in this occasion also, I am able to present one of my internship experience to the native students in German. As example, in this presentation, I'm able to present one of my experience as an intern at Grab. Okay, but most importantly, I'm able also to expose with many professionals. For example, during my time at German, I went to visit many companies. One of those two is DHL Innovation Center and also Accenture. For those who you might don't know, DHL is a sustainable supply chain company and Accenture is an IT consulting company. So during my time there, what did I learn there? So basically in DHL, I'm able to learn the innovation that is currently going on in the supply chain industry and also the trend and challenges in the supply chain industry. But most importantly, I'm able to learn about what is the future of supply chain. How will we deliver stuffs from point A to point B in the future? What will be the technology that we use in the future? And the second thing is that I went to the Accenture Frankfurt office, which is an IT consulting office. So during my time at Accenture, I'm able to mostly speak with the consultants there, where I'm engaged with discussions relating how technology will impact many industries in the future and etc. But what is the most memorable for me is that I'm able to actually experience the metaverse. As you might know, the metaverse is currently going on or is currently on a trend. I'm able to experience in a hands-on experience on how can we use metaverse to work. As you can see in the picture on where I am sitting there, I'm actually using a VR goggles and also two handles or two remote controllers where I'm actually able to control myself in a virtual world in the metaverse. So yeah, that is one of my experience that I learned during my time at Accenture. But most importantly is that Accenture as a business, they don't only focus on profits, revenues, and etc., but they also focus on the ESG aspect, the environment, social, and governance aspect. And during my time at Accenture, I truly understand how business needs to implement ESG aspect. So ESG is not a lifestyle or it's not an option, but it's actually a needs. So because as you might know, there are currently ongoing trends about climate change and how will it impact our future, how will it impact our grandchildren's lives. So which is why Accenture believes that ESG is one of the most important implementation that we must do in the near future. But most importantly, this is one of the most important experience that I acquire. Why? Because the international network that I acquire is my greatest asset for the future. Why? Because simply because I'm able to exchange knowledge, engage with discussions, and also learn about the countries of my friends doing. For example, during my time at German, I am able to meet with high school students from Ukraine. As you might know, what is currently going on in Ukraine? A war, right? A war between Russia. And we engage and discuss about how is the current condition of the Ukraine, how will she adopt with the current war in Ukraine. As a matter of fact, she is originated from Ukraine, but she moves to Germany. Why? Because her home is destroyed. And she moves to Germany with only her mother, and she doesn't tell me where his father is. Maybe it's a privacy for her, which is why I only know that she moves to Germany because her house in Ukraine is destroyed. And this is one of the most important aspects that I believe if we participate in an international exchange. Okay, so but that is all about my exchange. Now I'm moving on with my internship experience. So during my time as an intern, I was actually accepted at the MBKM program, or Magang Bersama Kampus Merdeka. I was accepted as an intern at Grab. And this is the process of how I was accepted. So there are three main processes, which is consisting of the pre-registration, during the internship, and after the internship. So during the pre-registration phase, I need to prepare my CV, academic transcript, and certificate, and also any necessary documents that might add more value to me as a person. And next, this is how the recruitment process looks like. There are administration phase, HR interview, and user interview. In administration phase, there are CVs, certificate, and during the HR interview, basically I need to be able to sell myself to the company so that they will choose me as an intern there. And for the next, this is my working schedule. So I work as an intern from 18th of August 2022 until 23rd December 2022. And during my time here, I work almost every day in the office, but mostly I also work from home. And I work from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. Okay, so one of the most notable experience during my time at Grab is during the introductory session at the beginning, which is called an onboarding day. So in this session, I am able to experience and learn many things. For example, number one is the company's vision, mission, product, and culture. Get to know my team, and talk show by the president of Grab Indonesia itself. So the president itself attend the onboarding session. And finally, I'm also able to learn about the SOPs, standard operating procedure, socialization about public policy and IT policy, and also tech policy. But my internship at Grab is certainly one of the most notable experience that I have had during my time at college. Why? Because the process really changed me a lot as a person and how I think as a professional. So during my time at Grab, I'm able to be engaged with a lot of people from different background. I actually do have an assigned mentor with me where I'm able to consult with her about my future aspiration in the future. So I would like to tell you a bit about myself. In the future, I hope that I'm able to create my own renewable energy startup in Indonesia. And because I have a mentor, I'm able to consult with him about this aspiration that I have. And through my mentor, I'm able to receive many feedbacks regarding the feasibility and also the option that I'm able to pick if I want to actually create a startup in the future. So to conclude, I believe that what makes an internship is a good experience. So from Grab, I have a personalized one-on-one mentoring session, mentoring with the management level of the company. For example, in my context, I am able to get mentored with the director itself of the Grab Indonesia. And the mentoring session are conducted 4 times, once every month. And finally, I am able to receive direct and implementable feedback and also build connections for the future. And regarding the mentoring topic itself, it's about personality and self-management, teamwork, collaboration, and stakeholder management, resilience and growth mindset, and communication and presentation. So that is all for me. I would like to say thank you once again for your time and attention. And now I might give the floor back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation from Ms. Bernadetta and Mr. Firmansyah. And now moving on, we will like to have speaker from academic staff. And for that, we would like to welcome Dr. Octavianti to go forward and do the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Octavianti Dwi Wahyurini, but I go by Oyin, and I'm the Senior Manager for Promotion and Mobility at ITS Global Engagement, and I also a lecturer at Visual Communication Design Department at ITS. My presence today is about the rethinking student mobility, and I'm so grateful actually by the presentations of the two students that they actually sharing about their experience doing student mobility that may be almost not related to their field of study. Okay, so for the student mobility program, it is this overview. I think Dr. Maria already explained to you that student mobility program, there's a degree program that is the joint degree, and for the non-degree program consists of exchange, lab internship, short program. For the start program is summer and winter program, and also study excursions. And the student mobility program, its emphasis at the reciprocity with the partners university. And this is the mobility transformations. Before the pandemic, it was all physical mobility, and during the COVID, it was all went virtual. And now post the COVID, it's hybrid. So it could be like physical, hybrid, and also virtual. This is the mobility landscape. If we're talking about mobility, it's not only about the standing students, but also receiving students. So it's about the inbound and outbound. For the inbound mobility, it will involve the partners university students, the availability of courses in English at the host university, and also about the student visa, student permit, and the admission process. And for the outbound, it will involve the home university students and the information channel. For the information channel, what I mean is about how to disseminate the information regarding the study abroad opportunities for the targeted students. And then it's about the students' readiness for academic and non-academic matters during study abroad, how the host university or the home university preparing their students for the study abroad program. And then, of course, about the funding, how the students get the funding for their mobility program. And the last elements of the mobility would be the hospitality. So the hospitality of the host university students, how they're creating the activities for international students, providing the academic and non-academic supports, and also serving for the resident permit. Okay, so one of the students, Benedetta, has mentioned about her experience at the ISMA program. So what I think here as the senior manager for promotion mobility and also the coordinator for the ISMA program at ITS, I think the ISMA program is one of the game changer here in the mobility landscape in Indonesia. Why is that? Because the host university students, how they creating the activities for international students, providing the academic and non-academic supports, and also serving for the resident permit. Okay, so one of the students, Benedetta, has mentioned about her experience at the ISMA program. So what I think here as the senior manager for promotion mobility and also the coordinator for the ISMA program at ITS, I think the ISMA program is one of the game changer here in the mobility landscape in Indonesia. Why is that? Because The ISMA itself guaranteed for 20 transferable credits for the students who participate in ISMA. And the students, it not only thinking about the exchange program, where the students have to convert their courses they took at the host university that should be matched with their curriculum. Instead, that they can take any courses that they have interest and they have passion into. So for example, that civil engineering students, they can take animation and game design courses at ISMA, or they're taking business management, or study about Italian cinema, something like that. So I think Bernadetta already shared about her experience that she didn't study anything about civil engineering. And that's the idea of ISMA. So for the prospects of the current study mobility program, it provides skills for the students to be global citizens. And it also provides internship at international companies and industries. And also it will open the accessibility to international job markets, since some countries offer working visa after degree completions. For example, in United States and then in Australia, they open opportunities for international students who complete their degree in their country to be in the job market. The challenges in the view of an academic staff is the recognition on the earned credits. So I was talking with other faculty here in ITS. It's been very challenging for them how to recognize animation and design, for instance, to their curriculum as the civil engineering students. So, and then how to select a suitable mobility program for their students, how it will support and align with the curriculum and learning outcomes of the program. So in my suggestions about and also perceptions about the student mobility program, the study abroad must be seen as an investment. Sometimes the students or the parents of students will think that why we should spend money for a program that it's non-degree, that you wouldn't earn a degree for that international mobility program. But however, like I said before, it's not only provide the students with the competences in their field of study, but also to